Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Yes, Adric, I am late as per usual. And Adric says, I'm here for the Mr. Z time jokes, right? Yes, Z is late per usual. 10 minutes late, 10 minutes late. So on a scale of 1 to 10 on Z's usual lateness, this registers at about a five. About a five on the time Richter scale, right? On the Z latest hell time Richter scale, right? So, all right. Um, I should be having a guest tonight, so we will see. I'm gonna drop the link for that person in a minute, but let's go through it, y'all. I'm covering this for all of us. That's all of us, really, but especially for us under 50. But for all of us, right? Um, how we got here, that's a whole up. I'm gonna have to do a whole different stream for that. That's gonna be one of those 7 8 hour streams where we bring in people and have a rotating panel and et cetera, et cetera. But um I listen and I follow Dr. Jared Ball. I've been following Mercer Baradaran, Persian descent, for a while now. She wrote the book Color of Money. Now she wrote a different book. I'm gonna tell y'all the name of it. It is Neoliberalism: The Quiet Coup, where she goes through pretty much the corporate class, the finance class, taking over the government essentially. In black people, of course, that's mainly ADOS folks. Of course, it started with black people. Of course, it did. Um, she doesn't start at the Gilded Age. It looks like she starts somewhere in the 50s or 60s. Um, and essentially, it's about getting back at black people. It's about putting black people in their place. It's about using your money to be racist, right? So it's not foaming at the mouth, inward Tourette's, that we heard from, you know, certain politicians, certain organizers, white folks back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, early 70s at least. No, it's about, once again, the quiet coup. It's about using your money to take over, to put politicians in place, to rewrite laws, to reinterpret laws, more importantly, right? So, yeah. So, exactly. And um, grab second gear. Eddie says, how we got here is a 2 day stream. Boy, would it be a 2 day stream? Oh, yeah, you already know. Grab second gear, you already know how we got here. That's a 2 day long stream. And we're going to need the likes of all the damn PhDs in BGS. Shout out to Dr. Green Gorilla. We're going to need all of them, right? So yeah, that definitely would be a forever long stream. We got here, right? So continuing. I'm gonna run through some numbers first, and then I'll drop the link and hopefully for my guest and hopefully um he'll be able to pop up. And so billionaires around the world went from 6.3 trillion to, by the way, links are in the description box. I I took it light on y'all. Shout out to Trell. I took it light. Look, before we even get into that, I took it light on y'all. I didn't want to drop a zillion. I could have dropped a zillion different links, right? I could have dropped a zillion different links about money and corporate greed and tying that to anti-blackness, racism in America. Oh man, right? If I really went through Mr. Z and his YouTube obsession and the information I've come across, right? So, of the information I've come across over the past, give or take, um, give or take 15, 20-ish years, oh man, it would have been crazy, right? Y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Actually, y'all give Z 1 second. I'm sorry. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Give Z 1 second. Okay, my bad, y'all. We're back. We're back. And we're back. All right. So Terrell says reckless after dark. No, it's not reckless. This is not a reckless stream, yo. It's not a reckless stream. So um continuing, yeah. I really didn't want to drop like the oh man, and a lot of this stuff I don't have archived or saved in playlist, but a lot of it I do. And if I would have started dropping links, oh man, Trail, it would have been. You think I'd usually drop 3, 4, 5 links? I could have easily dropped 50, maybe. I'm not exaggerating. I could have easily dropped 25 to 50 links, and we're not talking about streams that are only or videos that are only 5 minutes long. Some of them would have only been like 5 or 10 minutes long. Others, you're talking about like hour and a half long lectures and streams and professors and oh man, yeah, I'm not. I just didn't want to do it to y'all. Okay, continuing. So let's go back. Billionaires around the world went from 6.3 to 14 trillion from 2015 to 2024. Right now, um, that's around the world, so I get it. Some of us are going to be like, okay, yeah, that don't. What about America? All right, top 12 billionaires in America now control $2 trillion. That's 12 billionaires, $2 trillion. Right? Okay. Four richest people in the U.S. are now worth 1 trillion. 12 years ago, they were worth 74 billion. Yes, y'all heard right. Right? Four richest people in the US are now worth $1 trillion. 12 years ago, they were worth 74 billion. All right, continuing. The $2 trillion in 2024 figure doubled, right? So the 12 billionaires, they doubled their money, right? They were so essentially it was about $1 trillion in 2020 that these people, the top 12 billionaires, were worth. In 20 from 2020 to 2024, they doubled their money, their wealth, right? So yeah, y'all listen right. Y'all listening right, right? Okay, continuing. Um, Mark Twain is who coined the term Gilded Age. We're in Gilded Age 2.0, according to Kyle Kalinske. According to Z, if y'all recall, Z and Black Uru, I feel like we had this, and I'm using the word feel, but actually I think because I remember us, me and Black Uru had to have had this conversation about the Gilded Age like some 3, 4 years ago at this point, right? So yeah, um, it's I glad I'm. Let me say that better. I'm glad I'm in good company, right? It's a number of us, lefties, and centrist. I don't know so much about the conservative brethren, um, and white folks, um, or just any non-black person, non-black manosphere affiliate. But I do think I'm in good company. A number of us are just calling it the Gilded Age 2.0. And Robert Reich, yes, that's Bill Clinton's former Treasury Secretary, if I'm not mistaken. No, Labor Secretary. Sorry, Bill Clinton's former Labor Secretary. Yes, Robert Reich. He essentially said we are nearly same type of wealth disparity as during the Gilded Age. We're not there yet, but almost. Oh boy, it's looking bad. It's looking bad. I hope y'all did check out the links in the description box. I hope I gave you guys enough time, excuse me, especially for the first link of original videos. Yeah. So continuing, right? Um, the gap between the oh yeah, this is what Robert Reich was saying. The gap between the ultra rich and everyone else is nearly as bad as the Gilded Age, according to Robert Reich. Yes. The bottom 80% holds so yeah. The bottom 80% only holds 7% of the wealth. Yeah, right. Yeah, Earth. Yeah, he is short. Yeah, really short dude. Yeah, he is. All right. Y'all heard right. The bottom 80%. See, this is what I keep on talking about the top 20%. And I want to be clear. there's a few brothers in this space that occupy the top 20% by income. I'm not so sure. Obviously, you guys know your money, so y'all know whether y'all occupy the top 20% by wealth. I want y'all to understand Mr. Z does not have contempt for y'all, right? This is not a I'm not waging internal black manosphere class warfare or anything like that. Definitely not. I want to be clear. I don't know how many once again, how many of y'all occupy the top 20% by class, maybe by income, but that does not necessarily mean the same about class because is there wealth transfer from your parents and how much is it? Do you own your own home? Have you paid it off? These type of things matter. Um, so once again, when I speak about the top 20%, I'm being very specific, and I'm also including education in there. I'm including worldview in there, all of that, right? So let's be very clear. Continuing. Wait a minute. Goddamn, I had it highlighted. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Destro, they almost took your super chat away. Okay, let me say it now. Destro, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Yeah. Because I was like, wait a minute. Right? The stream already messing with me. It's already messing with me. Right? So continuing, right? Um, like we said, the bottom 80 holds 70%. Excuse me, the bottom 80 holds 7% of the wealth, right? Okay, top 1% holds 30% of the wealth. 30, right? Yeah, it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. Continuing. Bottom 50% has 2% of the wealth, right? Y'all heard right? Right? Z, that was a real ass laugh. You know you gotta laugh to keep from crying. Y'all heard right. Bottom 50% has 2% of the wealth. So bottom 80 has 7%, right? Bottom 50 has 2%. So that 30% of people is 5% of the wealth. That's insane. Insane, yo. That's where we at. That's where we at. Right? Michael Ross said definitely right. Laugh to keep from crying. I think that's what you're saying, right? Um, continuing. Three richest billionaires have the same wealth as the bottom 50, right? The three billionaires. I think that's. I don't know if Warren Buffett is in there anymore. I think it's Larry Ellison. So let's say it's Jeff Bezos, um, Elon Musk, and I think Larry Ellison is the third. I think I'm not 100% sure, right? I think he's the third. I'm not 100%. I don't think it's Mark Zuckerberg. I don't. I think it's Larry Ellison in America at least. Yeah. Somebody correct Z if he's wrong, right? But either way, three richest billionaires have the same wealth as the bottom 50% of folks in America. Absolute insanity. 60% of billionaires came from extreme wealth and privilege. So once again, this hysterical trail. This speaks to hard work and meritocracy. We already know for most of us as Black people, we look side eye at this term and this phrase and this idea of America being a meritocracy. Now, does hard work get you to a certain extent, even as Black people? Uh, right? Maybe, right? Does knowing something get you something in America, even as a Black person? Uh, Once again, maybe, right? So, you know, is America a meritocracy? No. But can you merit your way into maybe being working class, possibly middle class as a Black person? Uh, maybe, maybe, even possibly for some of us, a handful, upper middle class, possibly. It's possible, maybe, right? If you dodged all the potholes, jumped over all the hurdles, got super lucky, chose the right career field, didn't get the wrong woman pregnant, right? Your kids ain't mess up your money. right? Your family and relatives ain't in your back pocket. Possibly, possibly. If everything is just right and we're on the right side of the sun and the moon is pulling the waves just right, yes, you too can maybe possibly make it into the upper middle class. Maybe, possibly, right? Possibly, possibly. Oh, how do you pronounce this name, brother? And he says, what's upper middle class? Exactly, right? Yeah, right. So, what's the next one? If y'all recall, and I think I covered this earlier this year. If I didn't cover it, I know I made mention of it earlier this year. And once again, Destro, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Um, the if I remember the 30 under 30 Forbes, if y'all recall, for all of us that follow this, 30 under 30 Forbes, I think it's global, right? But the 30 under 30, so the 30 billionaires under the age of 30, if I recall correctly, all of them inherited their wealth. So none of them were quote unquote self-made. Now, self-made is relative. We already know a lot of these folks, they were born upper middle class or like damn they're like they were born millionaires, right? If not liquid millionaires, but asset millionaires before, and they, their parents put them in the best situation humanly possible, and then they met certain people, the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world, the not Jeff Bezos, but I don't recall if he was a billionaire by the age of 30 or not, but the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world, where you were born pretty much on the final round anyway. So it was you just have to make one or two steps and you're going to become a billionaire. But if I recall correctly, this year, 30 under 30, I want to say all of those folks globally were billionaires that inherited their money. So no quote unquote self-made billionaires, right? And better use says upper middle class equal the quote unquote poor rich folks. Hysterical. I would tend to agree with that. I don't know if there's a better way to say that. Yeah, that might be the best way to say that, right? Exactly. And Terrell says the richest inherited money from energy and telecommunications magnets. Yeah, yeah, that right. And a lot of it, if I recall correctly, because it was Sagar, the one that I really remember, because there was a couple of people that covered this, but Sagar and Sagar and Jetty and Crystal Ball, from Breaking Points, if I recall correctly, they were speaking to many of these folks that inherited their money, didn't even inherit it from their parents. They inherited it, excuse me, from their grandparents. So we're definitely shout out to Sarge Willie Pete, looking like they try to moonwalk into feudalism for real, right? So, and I'm going to just run through some of these numbers again. Billionaires around the world went from 6.3 trillion to 14 trillion from 2015 to 2014, right? So that's the first one. Top 12 billionaires now control $2 trillion in America. Four richest people in the U.S. are now worth $1 trillion. 12 years ago, they were worth $74 trillion. Yeah, I saw when you highlighted that, trail. Yep, you heard right. Four richest people in the U.S. are now worth $1 trillion. 12 years ago, they were worth 74 billion. The $2 trillion in that 2024 figure is double. Yeah, yeah. So they went from 1 trillion to 2 trillion in the span of 4 years, essentially. So from 2020 to 2024, right? Um, we already said Mark Twain is who coined the term Gilded Age. Um, the gap between the ultra rich and everyone else is nearly as bad as the Gilded Age, according to Robert Reich, right? So continuing. Um, Bottom 80% of the US holds 7% of the wealth. Top 1% of the US holds 30% of the wealth, right? Bottom 50% of the US holds 2% of the wealth, right? Y'all are hearing correctly. Y'all are hearing it correctly, right? Three richest billionaires have the same wealth as the bottom 50. 60% of billionaires came from extreme wealth and privilege. And once again, y'all remember, if I remember correctly, I want to say it was the 30 under 30 when Forbes covered it earlier this year, were all inherited wealth. And that was global, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't just US, right? That was global. But yeah. So yeah, those are the numbers, everyone. Those are the numbers. Let me read this super chat now, and then we'll go through some of the other things I have. Um, And Chef Butterbiscuit says, also, I'm not trying to be condescending. Genuine curiosity. You've opened up my worldview to be more open to progressive policies. Helped me a lot. Wow. Thank you. Right. Um, and thank you for that, because you actually directed me in a certain way to emphasize Mr. Z is not anti-money or making money or getting money or doing right by your family or putting your family and your children in the most advantageous situation ever. But I do believe that there should be limits, right? Yeah, Mr. Z is not about these billionaires. Yeah, you heard it, in Mr. Z's world, we wouldn't have billionaires. That money would spread. Are you saying you would tax billionaires out of existence, Z? Pretty much, yes. Right. Why is Mr. Z about that? Because of the wealth disparity you see now. This is not good. This is not sustainable. And you better believe, oh, you better believe that these people do get in the way of general progress for their own wealth. And we're about to explain why in a minute. In a minute, we're about to get into that. Um, so everything that I just went through, that was from the second link under original videos. Once again, links are in the description. Links are in the description. And so that was off of Kyle Kalinski's channel, mainly. Um, Other things that I know of also, I should be linking that later, hopefully, or if not tomorrow morning. Um, yeah, so that. Now we're gonna go to the first link in original videos, which is Dr. Jared Ball speaking to Dr. Mercer Baradaran, and remember, she wrote the book Color of Money. I've made reference to that a few times since I've been part of the Black Manosphere. And I guess she has another book that's called Neoliberalism, The Quiet Coup, and we're gonna go through some of the points that she made in her interview with Dr. Jared Ball. Um, so first, she said something I found very interesting. She said neoliberalism is empire's new clothes, which I was like, huh, I never thought of it that way. But yeah, right. So something to consider. Something to consider. Right. So she also pushes that neoliberalism has these justifying theories to justify their exploitation. So there's that. She mentions oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? Okay, yeah, the comments are acting weird to me. Yeah. Um yeah. So our favorite compassionate, our favorite um Supreme Court judge popped up again. Yes, Lewis Powell, Mr. Powell. That this is why me and Compassionate, y'all give it a minute. Y'all know Mr. Z's going through these streams little by little. Oh, Chief Rocka's stream should be coming this weekend. So I'm gonna put the thumbnail and everything like that. Shout out to Chief Rocka wherever you are. If you catch the replay, stream should be coming this weekend. So hopefully I'll try to get with Compassionate and we'll figure something out. If not, then I'll just have to do it. But yeah, so yeah, our favorite racist wealth protecting wealthy protecting, I should say, Supreme Court judge Lewis Powell popped up, here again. Um so yeah, Mercer Baradaran mentions him, Dr. Mercer Baradaran. Um and she says Lewis Powell, yeah, that's my note actually. Lewis Powell name comes up again. Powell memo, Lewis Powell. Um and we were also introduced to the Olin Foundation, which I never knew of, and how they go about introducing pro-corporate way of interpreting the law. So what Dr. Baradaran, at least in this interview, she tries to emphasize to Dr. Jared Ball is the way these folks, whether it's certain politicians or corporate overlords, use existing law and interpret existing law. So think of what's the attorney name that went at black women with the with how he used the civil rights laws of the 1860s, not 1960s, but 1860s. What is his name again? Oh, it's right there. I mentioned it like a million times and I already forgot it. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so they use existing laws and reinterpret it against the same people it's supposed to protect, mainly black people, but yeah, of course. Um, but yeah, so continuing. The wealthy and the corporate class get the courts to not look get the courts to not look at justice, but more the market, right? So we have to emphasize that at one point the courts were about justice. Now, as black people, saying that, man, I feel like I want to throw up. But fine, ugh, for argument's sake, tonight we'll say that, but that ain't what it is. But fine. Um, these folks got the courts to not focus so much on justice, but yeah, Ed Blum. Thank you, Ed Blum. Yes, that's the guy. Yes, thank you, Adric. Thank you, Tro. That's the By the way, for those of you that don't know, Ed Blum is the attorney that went at black women who were getting um special set asides, or who had not NGOs, organizations and banks helping to fund um business loans and groups for black women in specific. And Ed Blum went at that, right? And he got those banks to back down, and he got those organizations to repeal their charters to help out black women in specific. And yeah, y'all heard right. Yep. Ed Blum. And I guess he's some type of like reverse civil rights attorney. That's what he's fashioning himself to be, right? So continuing. But yeah, so going at laws and having them reinterpreted not for justice but to help out the market. Now, what do you think that means for black people? Writ large, by the way, because there's going to be a handful of black people that benefit from this quote unquote reinterpreting of the laws, not for justice and not for actual human being people. You know how they say corporations are people? Not for actual living, breathing, moving, sentient people, but for quote unquote corporate people. Yeah. Thank you, neighbor, for further marginalization. Exactly. Right. Oh, Ed Blum, he claims to be a conservative activist. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds about right. Right. Um, Dr. Baradaran emphasizes there is no invisible hand of the market. So stuff that y'all already heard Z say. By the way, if y'all didn't see, yeah, Mr. Z is going full on bread tube tonight. Clearly, duh, right? So y'all strap in. Um, yeah, we going full on bread tube tonight, right? Shout out to the conservative brothers whose ears are leaking blood listening to Z right now, but you're still torturing yourself. Shout out to the centrist brothers that halfway agree with me and halfway don't, right? And shout out to the progressive and lefty brothers who are like, preach on Z, preach on, right? So continuing, right? Exactly, better you. Corporations are people too, Mitt Romney. Exactly. Exactly. GC said, get Z his faux locks. Y'all know Z is bald, so I'm gonna have to buy one of those fake like Rastaman dread faux locks, right? With the with the headband on it so it could cover the fact that you actually don't have hair under there. Yeah, that was funny, GC. That's hysterical. Exactly, exactly. And I didn't forget about about you, the second super chat, Chef Butter Biscuits, or you, Mr. Michael Ross. I'm gonna get to y'all in a minute. I'm gonna get to y'all in a minute. Um, so what else did we find out? We found out that the Olin Foundation gave hundreds of millions of dollars to exclusively to universities, to push or to infuse market ideology, market thought into the universities, right? So that might, and I used to ask this to white and black older folks a lot, um like in real life, white and black older folks, I'm talking about in real life. I would ask them, how did y'all go from um tree hugging hippies, right, like freewheeling, having sex with each other in the middle of the goddamn park type thing, to like Ronald Reagan greed is good like conservatives, right? And much of that might have to do with, once again, the Olin Foundation gave hundreds of millions of dollars exclusively to universities to infuse them with free market thought and ideology. It was not about advocating, excuse me, it was about advocating, excuse me, I said that wrong again. It was not really about advocating for the free market, but it was using the free market to really push benign neglect. And you know what benign neglect is about? Anti-blackness. Somebody put up the rainbow that says "the more you know" in the background, please. Right? It was really about anti-blackness, huh? Yeah. So you see how we kind of like baby step our way into anti-blackness. So you're really talking about the free market, and the free market, you but not neglect black people because, duh, Negroes, low IQ Negroes that are either too dumb or too lazy to engage with the market, right? And then you kind of baby step your way into the more you know, anti-blackness, right? And Trell said, it's like the scene. It is like the scene from "Gonna Get You, Sucker." All those free love radicals marched in protest, but ended up getting a job, job applications instead. Yeah, yeah. And I mean, like, we do grow up and we do have obligations and we do have children and wives, and for the women, children and husbands, right? So you can't be, every day. But the French actually have something to say about that. The way the French do the protest, which I find fascinating, is we're protesting all day, every day. I got to go to work, so I'll stop protesting. But you just got off of work, so you're protesting. You go take a shower and go do your thing. So I'm protesting. I gotta go take a shower and do my thing. So you're protesting. So they just keep the protest going. We ain't never gonna stop, right? So yeah. Continuing, right? Um, Apparently, Alan Greenspan, yes, that Alan Greenspan, yes, the Fed chair Alan Greenspan was advising President Nixon on race at one point, right? Exactly. And Namath says they take shift to maintain the momentum. Exactly. Talking about the French protests, right? Thank you, Joes. Exactly. All they're doing is just changing rules to go back to being themselves. Exactly. Exactly. Right. Exactly. There's no real better way to say it. There's no real better way to say it. Right. And so I would say this is how we got to where we are. Right. This is how we're getting to where we are. It's using economics, and remember, economics is a social science. It's using economics and the monetary system to practice anti-blackness, to be anti-black like a mug. No, we're not a racist. You just don't know how to manage your money, or you haven't got into the correct or the right career field, right? Like, there's a reason why we kind of make fun of the ladies for their degrees in basket weaving or over indexing on the social sciences. But by the way, Mr. Z is not anti social sciences and going to college and university for the social sciences. I'm against over indexing on it and hiding from the hard stuff by getting degrees in the social sciences, right? Hey, Trail, you see what I'm saying? Hey, sometimes, sometimes certain people got to find their head on the other side of, on a razor. Sometimes your body and your head shouldn't be attached. I'm just saying. Sometimes you might have did something too egregious, and maybe it wasn't to a individual per se, but sometimes the way you move, the things you advocate for, the way your money move, the way you made your money move, right? The politicians you done bought. I mean, sometimes, you know, razors are sharp. Sometimes, you know. I'm just saying. Hey, razors are sharp. Sometimes the razor doesn't just cut you and you bleed a little bit. Sometimes the razor cuts you and your head is on the other side of the razor. Your body's on this side, your head's on that side. It be like that sometimes. Sometimes, just saying. Just saying, right? And Landon says, if it ain't STEM, law, or medicine, it's a waste of time. But is it though? Like, see, now, Landon, now you're about to make me defend the BS. Goddamn, Landon. There is, or at least there should be. Oh, goddamn, Z, you said should be. I know, I know. You started off on the wrong foot already, Z. I know, I know. Reasons to interpret these things. Perfect. Let me give you an example. If y'all remember, and I think it might still be the case, if y'all remember, there used to be these studies that people would do where they would say 3 black teens on Google search, and they would say 3 white teens on Google search, and the 3 white teens would be like pages and rows and scrolls of like smiling stock photos of white teenagers smiling, playing around, goofing off, just generally happy go lucky photos. But then the 3 black teens were always criminal stuff, crime, mischief. So we saying white teens ain't mischief, right? So it's the soft sciences that push you to think about that different. It's the sociologists. It's the black folks that went to school for Africana studies. It's yeah, right? So it's the soft sciences that say, wait, tech guys, what are we doing? Huh? Y'all don't see this? This is a problem. It's the people that are in the soft sciences that have an advanced way of seeing things and viewing things that know, oh, this is going to be a problem. Because if we don't check the algorithm now, because remember, the algorithm is feeding you what you feed it, right? So if you have low level, high level, low level racists in tech that are feeding the algorithm or that are feeding or putting in code that even if they're not necessarily anti-black, that's questionable, but they're feeding in Americana into Google, into being into Yahoo. What's more American than being anti-black? You see what I'm saying? So it's the people in the soft sciences that help to check that. You see? Also, it's the people in the soft sciences that push certain laws, right? It's certain people that, once again, that took Africana studies, right? It's them. It's certain people that went to school for theology. Uh oh, huh? Those are the folks that push this. You know what? Are you sure you want to do that? I know we can, but are you sure? And when you say money, so I'm thinking you're saying finance and economics, right? Once again, when it comes to finance and economics, I'm literally covering how the corporate sector pushed finance and economics as a benign way, a softer way, a velvet glove over the iron hand way of practicing anti-blackness. I'm literally covering that right now. How, and by the way, let's pause right there for a second. Y'all know how Mr. Z says it. First, Sarge will repeat when he says get carjacked. Secondly, how Mr. Z says the chains are on black people, black men's ankles. And everybody loved trying to throw black men overboard until they realize, oh crap, we threw black men overboard and the chains are on our ankles too. I guess we're going overboard also. And yes, you are. So, working class white folks, lower middle class white folks, working poor white folks who align with their white racist elite brethren and cousins, right? And they align with it and they regurgitate all the anti-black talking points and they're perfectly okay with practicing class seppuku just to get at black people, and then they suffer also because that's what we're covering here, right? So I think his name was John Olin of the Olin Foundation. I think his son was in if I'm not mistaken, his son was attending Cornell at the time of the civil rights and the major black protest and black power movement, and he saw that as a threat to his money and his power. And that's when he got together. This is how you get much of the Powell memo. This is how you get much of the corporate class and them essentially, once again, like Dr. Baranaran was saying, the quiet coup. So yes, you had the foaming at the mouth, um, racists, definitely from the South, but even in the Northeast and the West Coast. Um, yeah, you had them all through the 50s and 60s and early 70s, all through the 70s. Um, yeah, all the names you could recite, but there were the quiet movers. These are the Powells of the world, right? These are the Olins of the world who use lawfare and economics and being the financiers of certain think tanks, right? The Heritage Foundation type of joints and American Enterprise Institute type of joints, and they use that as a quiet coup to screw over black people, and it was a bonus that they got to screw over working class white folks and labor also. Yeah, be like that, right? Oh, see? And Trell said, my wife got her degree in sociology. I would help her write her papers. She would sit in my lap at her work study assignment. And I see you, Trell. I see you, Trell. Right? So yeah. Um Oh, I read the second one first. My bad, Chef Butter Biscuit. I read the second super chat first. Let me read the first one. And thank you for the super chat. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, one day I would love to hear your whole viewpoint on economic systems and how you would approach fiscal policies to correct America's financial issues. Oh man, y'all about to make me get a goddamn PhD in economics. Um, yeah, no, that's a whole stream. That's a whole stream. I think I have it pinned down, but yeah, you sometimes you think you have these things pinned down and then you start working through your thoughts. There's a pun in there. You start working through your thoughts. Wonder how many thoughts these people got. But there's a pun in there too. You start working through it and then you start realizing I might not have this as pinned down as I thought. Z, you need to stop being 12. You really do. Right? So yeah, yeah, that's a whole stream. That's a whole stream. I don't think it would take that long though, right? I don't think that stream would take that long because I don't think it's that complicated, right? Yeah, GCC he gonna have to do his homework. You feel me? Trail, you got it. Working through the thoughts. Working through the thoughts. Right. Once again, Chef Butter Biscuits, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right, and continuing. So yeah, the Olin Foundation. Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, I think his name was John Olin. His son was attending Cornell during the civil rights movement, and he was like, "Oh hell no!" Essentially, right? If Dr. Baradaran is to be understood correctly, yeah, right. So yeah, continuing. Um, Something I didn't know until now. Milton Friedman made his claim to fame by arguing about school choice. You see how we get here, right? Yes, that same Milton Friedman. Yes, Milton Friedman. When I hear greed is good, that's what I really think of. Like I know Gordon Gekko, Wall Street and greed is good. Yes, but I really think Milton Friedman when I hear greed is good. Detroit said thoughtnomics hysterical for real though, right? Terrell said, here at the think tank, we work over our thoughts for real. Hysterical, right? But yeah, so and I think I said this already, but let's say this again. These people wage lawfare, and this is Mr. Z's own thinking. This is not Dr. Baradaran or Dr. Jared Ball. These people wage lawfare against black people and were willing to siphon wealth from the white working class and middle class to achieve their aims. So that's my own words, you guys. I was thinking this as I was listening to Dr. Baradaran, and I just wanted to make sure that I put that in my notes to say, right? But I already said it earlier, so yeah. Um, and continuing. Um, and that's essentially what happened. As a matter of fact, it's much like what Lee Atwater said about the Southern strategy and how it would screw over some white folks, but it would really get at black folks. Dear white folks, working class white folks, and this is something they already know, or at least better yet, that's not the word. This is something they already feel, right? Dear working class white folks, lower middle class white folks, working poor white folks, your class position makes you a little too close to black people, so you end up getting screwed when we get screwed. Maybe you might want to get in line behind black men in particular and get certain things done that benefit all of us, namely black folks, black men. Or you could just continue suffering, hoping one day you win the lottery and you could be like your racist elite cousins and brothers in them and sisters in them. Probably not gonna happen, but yeah. Whoopsie, right? So yeah, for Z, these things are but aren't simultaneously not that complicated. They are that complicated, but they're not that complicated. It really isn't. But it is. But it's not. Z, you're not making no sense. I'm making sense, right? In other words, it is a conspiracy, but it's not some supernatural 666, conspiracy. It's not that. Does it have a lot to do with some of the small hats? Yes. But is it exactly what some of these people are saying? No. Dr. Baradaran stresses that there's certain things that she agrees with Marjorie Taylor Greene on, but it's not, small hat space lasers type thing. It's not muhaha at the end of the rainbow, it's the devil, right? Now, there is an argument to be made, like these people are moving very devilish, and yeah, devil, but no, right? So I just want to emphasize that. I think sometimes we say these things, and yes, it was a conspiracy because these people did plot in the dark. So that part of the conspiracy is true. But no, it's not, Baphomet 666 conspiracy thing. And if I start playing spooky music in the background, people are going to start shivering and shaking. Stop it, right? It's not that, right? So Dr. Baradaran uses a phrase that I think I might fall into, especially on my channel, which is honor the feeling, don't just throw facts at people, right? So honor the feeling, don't just throw facts. So even so when we're covering the weirdo divestors and swirlers, when we're covering the black women and luxury women, when we're covering the some of the conservative brothers or some of the brothers on the corn bread tube, um it's funny, but she put the words to how I would say I move and operate, which is you acknowledge what you feel may be valid, but here's what it really is, right? And I would say I think FD tries to do that also. How well he is at that, now that's a whole different conversation, right? But yeah, but I think that's what he is attempting to do with when he covers the Black Manosphere or certain young men and some of their angst and their plight is acknowledge the feeling, and then maybe you could throw facts at people. But if you just throw facts at people, there ain't nobody trying to hear that, right? Detroit got me dying in the comments, right? So yeah. So from what I excuse me, from what I was hearing from Dr. Baradaran, this essentially started as backlash for the civil rights movement, and whether it's racist anti-black politicians or those in finance and money and big money, we talking about big money. um they started think tanks, they started moving their money around to reinterpret laws, to infuse colleges and universities with a certain way of viewing money and how to weaponize money, um especially in schools of economics and in finance. And they even funded certain black organizations to view, and this is how you get much of Nixon saying sell them on capitalism, um to view black money, right, and black capitalism and black economics, which Z isn't necessarily against. I just appreciate that the way we think about it now has been used against us. They knew we would be seeking a semi-autonomous black dollar, right? They knew that was going to be something for us, and they weaponized it against us, whoever the days are, right? I think that's what I'm getting at. By the way, all of this is Mr. Z's words, not Dr. Baradaran or. Yeah. So once again, Chef Butter Biscuits, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Michael Ross, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker, right? So yeah. So if you follow um Dr. Baradaran and what she's saying to what Kyle Kalinske is saying, once again, links are in the description. Links are in the description. That's how you get here, right? I would argue that's how you get to where Z is now, right? That's how you get to where our economy is now, huh? So if y'all check the links, y'all see y'all will see the songs are that I chose was The Takeover, and we know how that ended up for Jay-Z, but still, The Takeover, Jay-Z. You will find Who Run It, 3 6 Mafia, shout out to the South. Um, you will find DMX, right? Um, and you'll find a Motor Technique, right? DMX Stop Being Greedy, and you'll find a Motor Technique. I think the song was called 1%, but yeah, right. And wait a minute. Detroit says Z, check the link. Give me a second. Where's the link? Oh boy, you might have to drop it again. Checking. Okay, okay. I see it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Y'all get Z 1 second. Oh, the Uncle Ruckus theme song, hysterical, hysterical, right? Yeah. And thank you for that, Detroit. I If I wasn't afraid of getting well, I'm already demonetized. I'm part of the Black Manosphere. If I wasn't, that's the better word, deplatformed or whatever, I probably would use that. And it wouldn't, believe it or not, I wouldn't just use it on Black people. I would use that on a lot, right? Rich Man's World. Thank you, Faber. Yeah, that's the song. I keep on calling it the 1% because that's essentially what it's talking about. And for those of you that don't, so I've had it, I've used it or I've referenced it and linked it a couple of times. But so what Immortal Technique does with Rich Man's World is he takes on the persona of the 1% person. And I guess in this case, really the 0.1%, but fine, the 1%. Um, and yeah, and his perspective is rapping from that angle. So yeah, and he says, "Oh," and Detroit says that's what he thinks of every time he hear from the Swirlers. Yeah, yep, yep, yep. Right. So yeah, so I just wanted to come to y'all with this because I think it was important, um, especially I want to say between maybe the 5 to maybe 25 minute mark, give or take, maybe the 30 minute mark. But I think Dr. Baradaran, I think the whole thing was really good, but there's some conflict. I don't have this in my notes, but I think this should also be emphasized. Dr. Baradaran, it looks like she was supposed to be comptroller at one point, um, potentially for the Democrats or maybe for one of the third parties, something like that. Either one of the third parties or for the Democrats. She had got nominated for being a comptroller. I don't recall what comptroller does, but it's finance and money related. So there you go. Um, Either way, she had to go through where her money was invested and whatnot. And even Dr. Jared Ball speaks to this about him and his retirement funds. And they speak about, and these are not their words, but this is Z words, low key being complicit in the same system that you rail against. And I think we all are, whether you're for it or against it, either way. It's in the best way for me to think of it is your tax dollars, whether you're for it or against it, being used to shoot off those goddamn Tomahawk missiles whenever the US want to do it. Right? Hundreds of thousands of dollars in this missile, um, or your money, and we already know how many of us are not about um funding the Ukrainian project. Um, but either way, your tax dollars go into that. So when I thought of what Dr. Baradaran and Dr. Jared Ball were speaking to, that's what I thought of. Like, you put your money in the stock market, or you give it to whoever the hell who invested in certain ways for you, and the blue chip companies and the companies that are making money hand over fist are the companies that you may not endorse what they about. And now what? Okay, and thank you, Adric. And Adric says, Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. Yeah, it'd be like that. That's right. Oh man. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Right. I think that's actually somewhat true. And Dave E says, um, if we all stopped using Amazon and stopped purchasing iPhones every year, it would be a wrap for them. Facts. I mean, yeah, because Apple has what, $1 trillion market cap, if I'm not mistaken. It would take them a while though, Davies. It would take a while, but yeah, and they would still run off like bandits. But yeah, yeah, it definitely breaking up Amazon or whatever companies are linked to Jeff Bezos in some way. And either way, he stepped down from Amazon anyway, right? A couple years ago, if I'm not mistaken, or a year ago, something like that. It definitely would bring back, or not bring back, but it would definitely allow for certain, at least online mom and pop shops. So the brick and mortar mom and pop shops, I don't know, unless it's like some like record store in just the right part of the town or city where like hipsters live, right? Um, Outside of that stuff like that, I don't know how many brick and mortar mom and pop shops can still survive. Um, Depending on what you sell, obviously, once again, but at least online mom and pop shops, yeah, I agree. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, Dave East. If we could, if we could stop with these mega, but isn't that the whole point? Doesn't isn't that what they do? They corner the market, they drive out their competition. um because I think Amazon accounts for at least US sales, like 50% of US sales, something like that, right? Last time I checked, and I think that was like 2 years ago or something, if I remember correctly, hearing that, or yeah, yeah, like hearing that was like 2 3 years ago, maybe, hearing that. So it might be even worse now. um but yeah, isn't that the point, to drive out competition, to get to near monopoly status, right, like right under where you would be, like where the antitrust, you would trigger some type of antitrust laws, um yeah, so that you can sell certain things for a bit cheaper, right? Or you can afford not to make so much profit on these individual things because you sell so much, but your competition can't do what you could do, so there is no competition. Isn't that the point? Whether I'm like agreeing with you, Dave East, I'm just like, working through these things, right? Or working through. I didn't really want to say it. I gotta say it though. Working through these thoughts, right? So yeah. Yep. And Trail says, heck, Radio Shack and Circuit City couldn't survive. Best Buy barely hanging on. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. See? And Passport OG says, this is why China is such a problem. Better, more powerful, and cheaper phones. You see? And this, okay, we know they're coming from a possibly bad place, but it at the same time it somewhat makes sense. BYD, right? BYD entering the US. The US is trying to protect domestic car manufacturers. We already know how, we already know about them and their prices. We already know about the build quality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we already have our own gripes, especially for us car enthusiasts, right? So there, that let's put that argument on the table for now, on the shelf, better yet, for now. Um, but at the same time, how do you compete with? I'm not gonna say slave labor because that's not what it is in China. Eh, right? How do you compete with such cheap labor? I'll say, and the Chinese subsidizing BYD just like how the U.S. subsidized Tesla. Yes, I know, I know. How do you compete with an electric car with 500 horsepower that costs $25,000, $30,000? Right? Leather seats, cold AC, all the fixings, right? All the options, right? All the parallel parking itself, all that good stuff. Reverse park with the goddamn remote, like my lady's car does that, right? Where you can move the car from the parking space. If you can't open the door, sometimes we park in tight spots, or the person that parked next to you parked too close, and my lady, she could press the thing on her remote to move the car out of the parking space, which is dope as hell, right? So yeah, um, how do you compete with that for $30,000, right? Especially considering unions in the U.S. and the unions that don't exist in China. BGS said they have sown the seeds of their own destruction. BGS, are you talking about the car manufacturers that I'm speaking about, or are you speaking about the larger thing that I covered tonight with the economy and the U.S. and them screwing over black people, namely black men, and then it coming back and biting everybody in the ass, especially working class white folks? Which either way, whichever one you're talking about, you're right, right? So yeah. And once again, Michael Ross, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. And Inspired Truth says, and thank you. Once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Inspired Truth says, just added quiet cool to Audible. Thanks. Yeah, yeah, brother. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I gotta get the. I'm just going off of the just interview. I hope she does more. I love listening to her cover these things, because I was following her heavy. I've been following Mercer Barotter on and off for oof, like 5-6 years, maybe something like that. At least 5-6 years, something like that, maybe. Yeah, no, it's been more than 4 years. I want to put it this way: I've been following her since The Color of Money. Yeah, since she wrote the book Color of Money. So it's got to be even more than 6 years, maybe 7-8 years, right? I watched all her interviews. Philip Shock. I watched her conversation with the fucky academic Armio Frimpong. I watched her conversation with Dr. Jared Ball before. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, yeah. So this new book is definitely, it's the same thing I do with Francis Fukuyama when he comes out with a new book or something, and when he goes on lecture tours or interviews for it. It's the same thing I did with Dr. Richard Reeves. By the way, got another stream coming with Dr. Richard Reeves, but he did an interview about his book Dream Hoarders recently. So yeah, so this is a good reason for me to cover that. Yeah, that part. Um, and our guest is here, everyone. Our guest is here. And so I'll add him. And give me a second, guest. Give me a second. Um, so yeah, once again, Inspired Truth, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely got to get that book too. So yeah, we'll cover it probably maybe again, right? And yeah. So let's do this. Let's invite our guest up, and we got our guest. What's going on, Raj?
Hey, how you doing, brother? How you doing?
What's going on with you?
Man, interesting. I was actually just running through that clip that you told me about.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting things, very interesting things. But she's kind of spelling out a problem that happens from time to time from country to country, and it
Mm-hmm.
can bring country to his knees. And I do think there's not going to be any good resolution for some of these situations, because I think when you start giving banks too much control over a country, you're asking for people who don't have an interest in the country to take over and control certain things. And as she was talking about how they write things into law, and the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, unfortunately, you got to have people who will just stand up to even banks themselves and say,
You
why are you
can't do that.
necessary?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
they don't do it. You know, no, I mean, let's be realistic about it. They don't do that because
Mhm.
you know, if it were up to me and I as a country, if I'm running America and we as a country owe some bank money,
Mhm.
for me it's not a problem. If you ask for the money, you won't exist. It's that simple. Nah, I
Go,
mean, it
go ahead,
sounds
Ron.
funny,
Hey,
but
no, 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 no. I'm laughing because it's funny, yes, but I'm laughing because I don't know how much I disagree with you. I'm just saying. Go ahead, go
well,
ahead.
I mean,
I'm
when
pretty
you're
sure that
in a
would, but
when
I'm
you're
pretty sure Raj down would mess up a whole lot of things though. But I'm not even thinking about that right now. But go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
I totally understand. It's one of those things where people gonna say, "Well, you crazy," and it's too interconnected, and it's gonna have an effect on this, that, and that. Bro,
Hmm.
you allowed to exist as long as I ain't gotta pay. Because you know, when you're a country, you get to say who exists in your country.
That's a
Point
fact.
blank. Period. You
That's a
know,
fact.
every corporation needs the country's permission to exist.
Mm.
That's what the reality is. Now, why people don't use that reality under certain conditions, of course, I can't explain that. But if I'm a country and you say I owe you and you a bank, bro, I don't owe you anything. It's that simple. And if you insist upon me owing you, you just won't exist in this country anymore.
You know what? God damn. God damn. Black, look, look. I thought I was gonna be able to go to sleep tonight. Black, I'm about to drop the link. I'm about to drop the link. God damn it! You see what you did, Raj? You,
No, I mean I said
you know
something
what though?
that of
I'm gonna let
course.
Raj cook for a little bit though. I'm gonna let Raj cook for a little bit, but I definitely want Black Hoover to come up in a little bit.
I mean, of course, I'm saying something that's going to be viewed as radical. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because there are things that are so interconnected. And I'm not going to act like that's not a real thing.
Hmm.
But if
Hmm.
I got to solve a problem, I got to make you go away.
Mm.
I got to make you go away. We'll figure it out some other way. You know, we'll figure out some other currency method or something like that. But at the end of the day, my debt to you just won't ever be collected. You're just a bank. What you gonna do? Take the
Mm.
money? What army you gonna send? Yeah,
It,
we
it,
owe you
it,
money. What you
so
gonna do?
that's what I was gonna ask you. So I think there's only a couple of nations that could play that game. Right now, it's really the U.S. the only one that could play that game because of the petrodollar. It's the only one that could really play the game you're talking about, right? Because what other military are you going to send to the U.S. to get like you know who's supposed to collect? You see what I'm saying?
Well,
So
I would
yeah,
have to make a rule that you can continue to operate, understanding that we don't got to pay you back.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
because I don't know how you make something like this just go away because
Mm.
you know things are so ingrained into the culture of a country, into how a country works. You know,
Hmm.
you can't. It's hard to like separate the different facets of what you got going on. So to me, the only way to really control that as an issue is we allow you to operate in this country, but we don't have to pay you back. And my thing is, if you a bank, is that not a good deal?
And see, so here's the thing, right? I'm not an economist. I'm pretty sure what you're saying has so many different insane ramifications, but I'm not an economist, so I don't know. But yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah, you can keep
yeah.
up business as usual, but us as the government, we don't have to pay you. Now, if we come at you for a loan, you basically just giving us a gift, and you just continue to operate.
I wonder if the U.S. and the Fed gotten some type of agreement similar to what you're saying. I wonder because apparently the U.S. is some 35. If so somebody correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, some $35 trillion in debt right now to the.
Hey,
I'm not sure if it's all to the Feds. I know it's primarily to the Feds,
I mean,
right? So yeah,
we got a national debt that ain't gonna never be paid. Let's be realistic. I don't see
that,
the national debt ever being paid. So that means they can go without it. You know, so why make it a mystery thing that they're gonna go without it? We allow you to continue to operate as you've been operating, but as far as us owing you, just write that off the books because you're not getting paid on it anyway.
I don't know if
You
they
know,
can do, but
or I
there's
mean, we can
go ahead,
say
go
we're
ahead.
gonna give you a certain small amount each year,
Mhm.
and you just gonna have to look the other way. But that ain't that what they're generally doing now? Because if you have a debt that's never going to be paid, because the U.S. ain't going to never pay off the national debt, are they?
I think you got to pay. I think you got to pay off the. I think the interest. I think that's what's it constantly. The principal is yeah, but the I think it's the interest. You always got to be paying that interest off at least, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not an economist once again.
Well,
So yeah.
no, don't get me wrong, because to my understanding, yes, they do try to pay the interest off.
Mhm.
I don't even hear about them touching the principal. At least that's not what I mean. Not that I study it like that,
Mhm,
but
mhm.
to my understanding, yeah, we just make payments on the interest, and that's it. So there's no actual plan to pay the debt in the first place.
This is one of your taglines, by the way. This is one of your taglines, Raj. And Trell says they can go without it.
And they can, and they have
I
for
promise y'all done heard
decades.
Raj say this shit at least a few dozen times. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they've been without it for decades, right?
Say that.
That ain't no new. To my understanding, the national debt goes all the way back to when America was first established.
Yeah. I think Bill Clinton, but when they say he balanced the budget, what does that even mean? I'm a little lost when they say that. But it looks like you're in good company, Raj, because BGS says the debt is a black hole. Exactly. So it looked like you in good company.
Yeah, we ain't paying in no way. And my thing is, well, we gotta act like we gonna pay something that we know good and well we not gonna pay. Is it gonna hurt
That
the bank reputation if we say we just not paying it?
I mean, it's the Federal Reserve, right? So I mean, it's the U.S. Federal Reserve. Will it hurt? See, because you got to remember how many other countries. You got to think about the petrodollar. You got to think about how many other because that's why the BRICS are formed. Somebody said that in the comments too. That's why the BRICS are formed, especially post housing crisis back in '08, the financial crisis of '08. So there's probably a whole lot of ramifications, negative ramifications to what you're saying. And I just off the top of my head, just now, I just listed off like two or three. So yeah, yeah, no, but I understand. And even Trell said it before. He was like, where's that comment that Trell said? Where that damn Trell, what's your comment? Trell said something here. Yeah. He said that Negro out of line, but he's got a point. You see what I'm saying? Like, we definitely understand what you're saying, Raj. Let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, steak burger with medium fries and a large Coke, half a slice of cheesecake, and an apple pie cost $56.09 in total. Bro, you lucky that I was really expecting you to say like $67 or something like that. You're lucky you only came out 56 with this economy right now. It really should have cost you $837. That's what it really should have cost you. I'm joking, but I'm not joking. I'm joking, but yeah, right. So, um, yeah, Raj. So, I mean, what else did you think about what Dr. Barat? What did you think about how she was saying it was all a setup, really, to get at black people for protesting and for marching and for the civil rights movement and that so the origins of a lot of this I really want to come up with a term called economics warfare like so let me actually remind I posted something in my community tab a couple months ago that showed Henry Kissinger. This was a little bit after he passed away. Henry Kissinger telling someone um make their economy scream, and he was referring to Chile, essentially using the US economy against the Chilean economy and crushing them for electing a socialist leader, Allende, right? And so considering that, that's obviously foreign policy. But what I'm saying is domestic policy was similar concerning black people, mainly obviously ADOS FBA, but concerning black Americans, which is weaponize the economy against them. And that's what I got from what she was saying to Dr. Jared Ball, what Dr. Baradaran was saying to Dr. Jared Ball. What do you think about that?
No, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world to me because
Mm-hmm.
I do believe the warfare that white supremacy plays against black Americans, meaning FBA or
Mm-hmm.
folks who say ADOS,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's always been the plan, always going to be the plan. We weren't ever supposed to be free. So
Yeah.
everything that they can come up with to get money away from us, they're willing to do it. So she just explained at that particular time new ways to come up with things to separate a black man from a dollar. It's just a new way to do it. That's all.
Yep.
You know, it's old to us now, but it was just a new way then. We got to separate a black man from his dollar. He's supposed to be a slave. He's not supposed to own anything. So we lose money every time the slave class gets money. So how do we live more toward the way we wanted in the first place? We have to separate the slave class from the dollar. You know, now we got to let them be free because we had to keep the union together. But just because they got to be free don't mean we can't find a new way to misuse them. So we're going to just tax them like crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
And go ahead, Russ.
I was just gonna say, you know, people don't wonder certain things. Why is it that I can't go into? Let's say I want to buy a home. I want to spend maybe $150,000 on a home. Just for an example, I want to buy this home. Why can't I just go to the bank I qualify for? Because I don't know what qualifies my loan. What is the rule of the bank? Do I need, if I go to a particular bank, is the rule that I have to have a 620 credit score and put down at least a $10,000 down payment? Is the rule that I have to put down a 3% down payment with a 650 credit score? Like, what's the actual rule for me to get the loan? Now I'm
it's not
saying
universal.
Of course it's not universal, but it could be.
Yeah.
Why is it not universal? Because I got to tell niggas no.
Yes, exactly.
And to me, that's why it's not universal. Because if you just told me what the requirement was, I don't come ask for a loan until I meet the requirement.
Yes. Yeah. Or even if it's stages, like you were saying, even if it's okay, you have to have this much cash down with lower credit score, and let's say you have to have 3% with a 650 or whatever. And if you have a 700, well, more than if you have a 750. If you have a 750, then maybe you can come with 3%. If you have a 650, then you got to come with 5 or 7% or whatever the hell ever, right? But you would know, okay, I want a home. The home is this much money. This is how much I have saved down. I have the 3%, and my credit score is a 700 or 750, right? Or me and my lady, combined is this. You would know, but it's everything is just up in the air because, like you said, they don't. That's how you tell the Negro no. That's how you tell the Negro no.
Yeah. Everything that's fair has a standard. Things that you develop so you don't have to be fair, you don't develop a particular standard. And that's what I was saying. And this is something I was actually thinking about last night. You know, how come I can't go into a bank and just know if I want a $150,000 loan on a piece of property, that all I need to do is have a 658 credit score and have, you know, say 7,000 cash down on the property, and then I'm good to do business. Maybe I got to be on the job for 10 years or longer. Why don't I know what the standard is when I walk in? Because there is no plan to treat me fairly.
Yeah.
You know, and I got to say I'm being fair, and I got to be able to say, well, we examine a particular person's profile, but he just didn't meet our particular standard. Well, how do I know I didn't meet the standard if the standard's not posted? I can't look the standard up. I'm not an employee. Did you ever see the standard on somebody's brochure? Can you walk into a bank and see what the standard is on a brochure?
Other than knowing that I'm a black man born and raised in America and what that implies and entails, other than that, and me pretty much knowing that you're gonna try to screw me over, aren't you? Other than that, no, you're right.
So other than the system is totally not set up to be fair in the first place. And, you know, it's just, you know, I mean, there's terms for stuff like this. It's just economic racism at the end of the day. And I do believe economic racism will always be a part of America. You know, some people going to have to do a little. Some people going to have to do a lot. Unfortunately, if you're black, you're going to fall more along the side of the people who have to do a lot. But if you give me a fair price, then I get to make my own decision. And the goal was never for me to make a decision because I'm supposed to be property. And this is the thing, even for people who have let go of racism per se, it's hard to let go of position. If you at the top of the mountain, do you really want to share that top?
That's how they become complicit in the BS. It's not necessarily foaming at the mouth anti-blackness. Like that's not how they quote unquote feeling, right? But effectively, it becomes that for exactly what you just said,
Well, I
right?
gotta be anti-black. How do I keep these niggas off the hill if I ain't
That's
anti-black?
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yep.
You know, yeah. So my thing is tried and true anti-blackness. You
Mhm.
know, I'm white. I'm at the top of the hill, and I don't want these niggas here.
And
I'm gonna
and
make it anti-black.
yeah,
Just is what
and,
it is.
and so Raj, what was crazy about what she was saying is like they even use so knowing that black people would like you would say they need to separate the Negro from the dollar. Knowing that black people would seek and I say a semi-autonomous dollar, right? Because we still live in the U.S., the money gonna flow out eventually anyway, right, out of the black community. But still, a semi-autonomous black dollar, they weaponize that aspiration in black people against black people. So they got you coming and going, right? So they got, and that's the thing that I found fascinating is like, oh, we know they're gonna we're gonna squeeze them, we're gonna choke them out, but we're gonna advocate for them to be capitalist, but we're not even gonna give them the tools to be that. So it's like this weird psychological warfare on top of the economic warfare, on top of the law warfare. It's like goddamn.
Yeah, yeah. You definitely getting hit coming and going. That's for
You see
sure.
what I'm
You
saying?
know, and it's every form of warfare that exists is being basically used upon you. Military force will be used when necessary. You know,
Yep.
police force will be used when necessary. Your education will be used against
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Your psychology will be used against you. And you
Mhm.
know, if they can just make you timid enough in a society, you just stop trying. And I think that's what the real
I think
goal
that's the goal.
is to
Yeah, I
make you
agree.
stop trying and just
Mhm.
accept, well, you know, I was born into this and this is just what it is, and it's gonna be this way till we die. You know, and if you
Mhm.
accept it, it's just a lot easier for it's a lot easier for a bully to have a person bring them their lunch money than them to go find a person and beat them up to take the lunch money.
Mhm.
At some point, you just want the kid to bring you the lunch money. You're not gonna stop bullying. You ain't gonna stop taking the lunch money, but you definitely would prefer if they just start bringing the lunch money to you.
Mhm. No, that's true. Yeah. That I as I was listening to her, it's like it's things that you may already believe. I'm using that word on purpose. Like it's things that you're not. Nothing she said. Did she say anything that was necessarily surprising to you, Raj?
Not at all.
But she gave you the details, right? So that's why I was like, it's like you feel in the air. It's things you know, things you've seen, things you have observed. But what she did here was just like solidify that. She gave you the details, the names, the events, right? And me and Compassion is supposed to be covering the Paul memo. I'm trying to get to it as soon as well. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna say as soon as possible. That's not true. I'm trying to get to it though. But yeah, because excuse me, that goes into detail. And what Dr. Baradaran did here was kind of between this book and there's another book that she wrote a little while ago called The Color of Money. And between these two books, she's painting a narrative for you and giving you the names, the dates, the events, the people that did or are doing what you think they did or anyway, right? So yeah, no, yeah, definitely. But what's going on, Black Guru?
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for having me, Mr. Z. I appreciate it.
What's
I
up?
hope
What's,
you're
what's up?
doing well. Was
Yes,
talking
sir.
with Roger earlier. You know, you do know, Roger. There is no separation from America and the banking system, right? I mean, they are, you know,
Highly
hand in
entangled.
glove, brother and brother. I mean,
Mhm.
even making the argument that you're going to reform, that the government is going to reform the banking system is, you know, I mean, that's just not, it's just not really how it works. You know, the banking system is the United States government, and the government is the banking system. There is no separation between the two, and there never has been. And especially, there is no separation after the creation of the Federal Reserve System about 100 years ago. In fact,
Yeah.
that was the official definitive installation of the establishment of the government, of the banking system governing the United States of America. That was the official. Before you had your J.P. Morgans and whatever, who by the way were behind establishing that. But you had these robber baron types that operated as sort of gods or fiefdoms of some sort. But the creation of the Federal Reserve System basically installed the bank's governance of the United States of America. So the reform that you reference in the current system is not possible. You'd have to essentially abolish the country to do that. It is not possible. And that's why every time there is a president, his number one most important person, not the Secretary of Defense, not the Secretary of the State, is the Secretary of the Treasury. And that person is almost always exclusively a former CEO or chairman of Goldman Sachs. Almost exclusively. That's not a coincidence. That is who runs the country. That is who is dictating fiscal policy, monetary policy, in collaboration with the Federal Reserve Board, which are placed in regions throughout the country. We have one of them here in Chicago. That's who runs this country. They run all parts of this country.
And I do know, because they, the founding fathers never wanted a Federal Reserve in this country, and they did a lot of fighting to keep it out of the country until we eventually got one. It just eventually happened. But the goal from day one was to make sure we never actually had a central bank. But we got one now. So
I don't see. Roger,
well,
I don't see.
I just want to say, I know what I say may sound
and you
like
also
chaos.
can't separate from the connection to London, to Berlin.
God damn, Raj. You see,
Beijing,
I tried to cut off Raj to stay with Black Guru saying, and Black Guru got go ahead, Black Guru.
So, no, I'm just when you know how it really works and all the relationships between and among, because a lot of even this talk with China, a lot of it's posturing. We can't survive without them, and they can't survive without us.
Well, that's what I guess my point is. I understand you would have to cause calamity, but there's no getting around the calamity for anything to change.
I think it's bigger than calamity, though, Raj.
No,
I get what Black Guru saying, though. The whole thing is collapsing.
Is a 2,000, 3,000 mile wide hole opening up in the middle of the continental United States. That's what that calamity is.
And let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Meanwhile, Brick Lady is back, and she was a guest on Anton Nems. I saw the little thumbnail. I might check it out, or I might review it. Check for it tomorrow if I'm gonna review it or not. We'll see. I clicked it. I heard her voice for 5 seconds, and I remembered that I hated her voice, and I clicked off. So yeah, like,
man, these social media hoes are like roaches, man. They just don't die.
Right? Don't we already know her story?
Bro, when I tell you, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I don't like that lady's voice. I'm clicking off, and then I'll get to it. I'll get back to it. I'll get to it. But thank you, Detroit. I know she back. They did like Black Ruth said. She just won't go away, lady. That lady looked like she always off her rocker anyway, though. But yeah, continuing, we're back on back to the money anyway.
I think when we talk about the global trade, I sent you the video of the Indian doctor and the lady that created part of the global trade system, and how she was talking about she never expected this amount of money to be generated within that system. And if I don't know if you watched it, but I sent it to BGS, I sent it to you, and how reluctant the lady was to say, no, we don't want this, and we think it'll be better like this if it's just local trade. and it's just like the Indian. I always forget her name, but you know the Marxist professor from India.
And which
I
I
always forget
think
her.
I might know. Well, what's
Yeah,
her
I
name?
sent
Yeah,
you.
you said you
Uh,
forgot her name, and I'm about to ask you her name.
yeah.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Look at the last message I sent you in
Okay,
your
okay,
email. He-
okay.
There's a
yeah,
bunch of
she's a Marxist. Yeah, she's the
Mm-hmm,
Marxist lady.
mm-hmm.
BGS knows. I sent him her plenty of times. And when when we talk about just like even our forefathers, like I was saying before, my grandfather literally lived one town over in Mississippi from where they genocided the whole black community that was growing vegetables, and they weren't going to let them actually sell them, so they would have to sell them to the white people just to participate and take a cut of a fraction of their profits. So we've always been subjected to this, and that's when I was telling BGS and Mrs. Z, I almost feel like even though it's the wrong word to use, we've always dealt with fascism in some shape or form as just
you don't
black people being
you don't
our group.
understand
Even
you don't
though,
understand fashion.
yes, I
Fascism
know,
fascism is what you just saw almost happen in South Korea. Okay, that's
yes,
fascism.
Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah,
don't
yeah.
we Fascism exists in an ordered society. America's never been an
yeah,
ordered society. Okay, you
yeah, I
can't have
agree.
fascism and liberalism. The thing is, what we saw once black folks is what happened after Civil War. Okay, because
Hmm.
Lincoln actually wanted to export all you Negroes out of the country, make it a whole
Yes.
white state. Okay, but guess what?
Hmm.
Oh, one
Guess
of
who
the
generates
experts.
all the profits?
Hmm.
Black low
Black
cost
people.
labor.
No,
Let,
black
be, be,
people. Okay? Black
let
people.
me
So basically, what you saw back in Mississippi, the reason they pieced off of what you grew is because you guys are still slaves and you didn't know it.
Yeah.
let,
Slavery by
let
another
me
name. Okay.
let me say
Hmm.
this real quick to Dave Easton. Dave Easton says black people got to be radical for ourselves, not for America. America is a white America. Period. Here's the catch, though. But you got to save them, though. And
No, you don't have to.
there is no. But this is what I'm saying, BJ.
Mm,
There is no black people just doing for themselves and letting white people fall off the wayside.
it don't
That
work like
can't.
that. Don't
Thank you.
work
That's
like
my
Yeah.
point. That's not.
that.
That's what I was trying to say, BJ.
Let me
You
say.
being only 13% of the population, that's just not a
Let me
thing. Go ahead.
say this. If you ain't got the
Mhm.
guts to get the fuck out this country and go someplace else, I don't want to hear that crap. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you really feel that way, that you want to do it for yourselves, and you that radical, get yourself on a passport. Especially now, go over there to one of those developing African countries where the BRICS are start putting money in and go to work. Stop crying,
Mhm.
okay? If you ain't got
Hmm.
the guts to do that, I don't want to hear it. You're
Yeah.
stuck.
Yeah.
Wait, wait,
And,
wait,
and
wait, wait,
I
wait,
and
wait,
I
wait, wait.
definitely don't want to hear shit from it if you can't hunt, if you can't farm, if you can't fish, shut the fuck up.
But
I agree.
If you can hunt, farm, or fish,
but
that's limited.
wait, 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 because I don't want to go too far for this.
You cannot feed 330 million people off of that. Don't
Wait,
work
wait,
like
Right.
wait,
No,
wait,
I'm
wait, wait, wait.
saying you. I'm
Mhm.
saying you individually. The
no.
person you
Uh-huh.
talking about that's leaving the country
Yeah.
gonna do all this heroic shit in the second
Z- z-
world.
zim,
I'm
zim,
saying if you can't do them three things, you need to shut the fuck up. Try to figure out how you gonna make shit work here.
20 years ago, Zimbabwe was begging African American farmers to come over there and
Didn't
get
go.
free land and farm, and they did not go.
Let, let me say this because BJS, I don't want you to get too far off of this.
Okay.
You said something very important. You said that they're what? You
Who?
said that Trails called it stuck like Chuck. They're what? If you hear
Stuck.
you're what? You're stuck.
You're stuck. I mean, you're
But
stuck.
there's a I want to say this. I think this need to be said. I don't know, and I keep on saying I don't know what type of black people we're dealing with nowadays. Some of the stuff I see
Oh, I know.
people write, some of the type of words I see people say, there is this weird understanding of America, of white folks, of freedom, of liberty coming from black people that actually scare the crap out of me. But I just be like, what country you talking about? Or what black people you talking about? Or what white people you talking about? And
Th-
I'm
th-
always
It's a,
surprised what's coming out of Negro's mouth.
it's a 1950s and 60s rhetoric that didn't work back then, that never went away. Okay, they still believe that it's possible to happen, even after
Yeah.
60 years, when you know that it can't.
Yeah.
And
And
and I believe black
Mhm.
people like it here. They just don't like to
After
admit
this,
they
Ross, you got it.
do.
Mhm.
They
Yeah.
don't like
They just
they,
don't like to
Well,
they
admit it.
like
it's
America,
not.
but
It's
they don't
not
like that
about
spot.
like. It's not
Yeah,
about
they don't
right.
like
It's
their.
it's the home you got. Where else you gonna go?
You got plenty of
Yeah.
places to go.
No, I'm saying this the home you know. Now
Mhm.
you can go somewhere else,
Mhm.
but this is the home that you know. As fucked up as it is, you and your shack is fucked up. It's the shack you know.
It ain't the worst place in the world. I just say that.
Oh,
It ain't.
oh no,
I'm
I
It
sorry,
agree.
just
Raj,
ain't
but I
the
gotta
worst
cut you
place.
off because Kinsey and Red paid for it. I'm sorry, Raj, but Kinsey and
Ah,
Red said
shit.
he got your ass. He got Kinsey and Red. Kinsey and Red, you such a piece of work. Kinsey and Red love doing this, and Kinsey and Red
Yeah.
says, "God damn, I'm sorry, Raj. It's the money. It's the money.
And then he gonna
I gotta
salute
do what the
other
fuck say."
people.
You
He
see
gonna
what I'm
salute other people while saying cut me off. Boy, you ain't no good,
saying?
Kinsey and Red. You ain't no good on that one.
Kinsey and Red says, and thank you for the super chat. Kinsey and Red says, please stop Roger. Excuse me. Please stop Roger. Please, Mr. Z. Salute BGS and Black Uru. God damn.
Now,
Salute.
I'm cool
What
with
did
the
Roger
stopping
do?
me part, but don't salute other people while you telling me to be stopped. That's
What did
taking it
Roger
too
do
far.
this time?
Nothing. So Kinsey and Red keeps on doing this, especially between me and Raj. If I'm on Raj's channel, I'll be in the middle of a sentence and Roger cut me off, and I'll look. It's because Kinsey and Red paid a super chat for
Okay,
Raj to cut me off, and then
Yeah,
he'll
okay.
do vice versa.
Cut
yeah.
that
And
Negro
I'm
off.
just saying he ain't got to salute nobody while he asking for the call. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
But Raj, I gotta skip you. I'm sorry, Raj. We gotta keep on. What's going on, AB?
Hey, what's going on, Z?
What's up with you?
So they almost most of the wealth. What else is new?
No,
What's
it's
good?
pretty bad. I think there's like lines of egregiousness, and I think like we just keep on we're what Robert Reich was saying from what Kyle Kalinske covered. Yes, that Robert Reich,
You mean
former labor secretary of Bill Clinton. He was saying we're nearly at the same type of wealth disparity of the Gilded Age. I don't really know how you come back from. Well, I know how you come back from that, but outside of the laws and the rules, and maybe a head or two on the other side of a razor, I really don't know how else you come back from that, because that's bad.
oof?
And it's not just the money. We already know they use the money to buy all the stuff we already know. They buy politicians and they get the rules changed and to make even more money and for your political power to mean less. But yeah, the same type of wealth disparity as the Gilded Age. I mean,
Yeah, so what happened after the Gilded Age, right?
yeah,
You know what
but
happens when you get a Gilded Age? What does it lead to?
a depression.
Called revolution, sir.
Well, isn't that after that's after the depression?
No, the depression is not a Gilded Age.
Okay, but yeah, so yeah, well, yeah.
Depression, everybody gets hit.
Okay, I'm gonna y'all follow these steps, please and thank you. I'm gonna be careful how I step. I think something that recently transpired in New York, people were speaking as if that was that was a trigger, and I didn't see it that way.
No, I
But
don't
I
think.
understand. Yeah,
Yeah,
I understand, but I didn't see it that way.
yeah,
But that
seen
was
this before.
definitely something that would be in the line of that, though. But yeah,
Yeah, we've seen this before. Well, the thing
Mhm.
is, you got to get more than one. That's a one-off.
Yeah, I agree.
That is a one-off. Yeah.
I agree. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I agree. But
And
yeah,
if it was a trend, Congress would be doing something about it right about now.
yeah. Yeah, we'll see, but I don't think so. Yeah, because he had his own reasons.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is that after seeing this stuff since like '92, when they talk about reforming medicine with Hillary Clinton, okay, after seeing all the permutations for the last 30 years, I don't feel sorry for the American people because y'all let this stuff go down.
I agree.
You guys could have forced Congress just to put in a proper medical
Single
system.
paper,
Yeah.
paper.
But
Yeah.
we're afraid of socialism when the communists are gonna come over and take over our medicine, and they brainwashed you.
Black Uru, you
Yeah.
remember what you said last week when we talked about this? But yet we have so we have Social
Yeah, we
Security.
have Social Security, one of the most damn socialist systems ever,
Yeah,
man.
and why did Roosevelt put that in?
Yeah, to keep
He
folks
felt
from
threatened.
turning on the country, to
But he
stave
said
off
Keep the state.
revolution.
he said
Hey,
Roosevelt
I
said the same thing that Obama said when Obama got in office. I'm the only thing between you and
in
the
the pitch for
pitchfork.
Pitchforks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me say this, and then I guess we'll let Raj back into the fold after I read this. And compassionate compassionate. Hey, I'm not even gonna read it out loud. I'll just direct people to compassionate's comment on the bottom of the screen. But yeah, I'm just saying. Hey, low key, that's Griselda Blanco style joint right there. Right. So yeah, that was her
I
signature type thing.
mean,
Hey,
I just kind of found out about that story. I kind of like to know a little bit more into it because
mhm.
based on what I heard, this guy just literally rode off into the sunset. So it seemed like everybody kind of agreed with what he did. You know, how
Nah,
do
he
you?
got caught. He got caught. He just got caught
He got
yesterday.
caught at
Yeah,
McDonald's or something.
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah,
it was like $30 million on his head. He was gonna get caught.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He got caught. He got
Well, I
caught.
mean, how you let him ride off in the first place though? He on a bike, literally.
He
You know,
white.
Thank you.
you know.
This is definitely one of those
He's
being
white.
white.
You say so, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect a drive-by to be on a bike. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, well, hey,
White
I
neighborhood.
haven't.
He probably luckily it wasn't skateboarding.
Hey, I haven't seen somebody named Luigi. I haven't seen somebody named Luigi be this loved since Mario. I mean, this dude
Yeah.
is like,
You know the part that I was laughing at? They
mm,
said a light skinned person, and I said,
yeah, yeah, I
oh.
remember that. Yeah,
And then this is the thing. They already knew who he was because he was Italian, and Italians aren't real white people. They're
So,
light skinned.
so is he gonna marry a Princess P in prison?
I
No.
mean, oh, but I mean, look, I think this is what I do appreciate about everything concerning that. We just um, it's them watching us be like, yeah, oh, you thought we were supposed to respond the way you did? No, we're not responding the way you did, right? So for me, that was some. If I was them, if I were one of them, I would definitely think to myself, why are they responding the way they are?
Yeah. I don't think
Yeah.
they like him at that company.
If I
Real
was
bad.
him, I would make plans to make a better. Well, I know they ain't gonna do that, but
But see, y'all are limiting still to healthcare. I'm not just talking about healthcare.
Talking about everything. I'm
Thank
talking
you.
about my 401k being
I'm talking about all
disconnected
the
from
elites.
this stuff.
I'm talking about all the elites,
not
right?
enough
And
CEOs.
how's that gonna help you?
Well,
Oh, it's
I'm just
not.
gonna
Look,
It's
say,
not.
I'm gonna say, at
fear
least
of
they
the
aiming
modern
at
day
the
razor.
at
And
least they
how
aiming
does
at
that
the
help?
right
Well,
people to make a
it's not
change.
going to help you, but what it
Mhm.
is you drown. You're going to drown with me. I think
No,
that's what I think the
Yeah.
direction is going in. Look, I'm all shot to shit, so I might as well shoot you too.
Yeah, I mean, when the ship goes down, everybody goes down with it. I don't care
Right,
yeah,
and
who
it's
gets
going
Yeah.
down.
it's
yeah.
going
Yeah.
Well,
down.
you know what? Sometimes you got to do something to make you feel better. That's all.
The thing is,
Yeah.
when they get on the life raft, you got to follow them on the life raft and make sure they don't survive the process.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, also, and I'm surprised Black Roy say this. Sometimes you might have to expedite the process for somebody.
Well,
Hey, I just look.
Just saying.
I'm is what I'm hearing like in my daughters. And well, first of all, there's this whole element of the attractiveness of a dude, which is
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah.
weird kind of
Yeah, I heard about it.
phenomenon.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
This
heard
shit
about it.
is
I heard about it
like
too. Yeah.
very kind of weird. He's
Hmm
become kind of like the killer bait kind of thing.
Yeah.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
So that's a part of it. But these young folks, some of these folks, particularly some of these girls,
hmm
they like, okay. I mean, I just think it's a weird kind of thing. I don't know if this is a one-off. I don't know if this is a one-off.
Mm,
well,
And
Nobody.
I think this dude being from a privileged background
yep.
puts a
Yeah.
very different kind of energy on this whole
Yeah, it
thing.
does.
Well, I
yeah,
said before, I respect disease. I respect them because we didn't do shit as millennials. We were kind of like just put out
We
into the
did. We
world,
was
and
organized.
we
You
wasn't.
think about the protests in New York, the Occupy Wall Street.
And how long did that?
Yeah, it
How
was.
long did that
Yeah,
last?
that lasted a couple
Until
months,
they
but
gave those
yeah,
brothers jobs.
Till they
Until
get
they
a
yeah,
gave
that
job
those
part.
brothers
and get
Yeah.
bought
jobs.
out.
Yeah,
and I think
yeah,
this is different because somebody actually went after the CEO. They didn't hit the security guard. They didn't
yep,
hit a guy working out of an office who ain't really
yeah,
got no real title. They went straight after the CEO, got the
mhm,
CEO, and was satisfied. That's a
Hmm
yep,
different look. Very different
yeah,
look.
That is.
You know,
Very European, because that's what they would do.
Would you say it's very Guy Fawkes-esque? It's very Guy
Especially
Fawkes-esque.
the bike riding part.
yeah.
That's very
And,
Yeah.
and he rolled off with basically everybody saying that was cool. Because I
Yeah.
mean, do
Yep.
your people like you if they just let the killer ride off on a bike?
Mm.
Yeah, you ain't had no friends. You might have been a
Yep.
boss, but you definitely didn't have no friends. That's for sure.
And let me thank you for the super sticker, Leon. He's up here. Thank you for the super sticker. And no. I mean, friends. What's friends on that level?
That riding off on the bike is very 70s thriller.
Well, what was that?
With the handmade suppressor and all
was
that.
it Friday?
Very
Friday,
70s.
homeboys on the bike.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Debo.
Debo on the bike, right? Squeak, squeak,
Yeah.
squeak.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they said he got on the train after that. Like, it's like dude just didn't care. And
That was straight
everybody was
movie.
cool with it.
He was
Yep.
he was already captured on video, so it's only a
Yeah.
matter of time. So it didn't matter.
Yeah, I guess. But I would think if somebody got shot, somebody would have had some type of ruckus going on. But from everything I know, sound like he just rode off smooth and everybody was cool.
Yeah, well, it was certain neighborhoods you got a bigger police presence in the neighborhood that homeboy was at didn't have it because they didn't think they needed it.
Hey, I gotta read this.
I
Kinsey
don't
and
know if
Red
they
says,
do. I don't know if they do. Only the CEO got shot. I don't think they need a police presence.
Kinsey and Red, Roger's cutting you off now. But Kinsey and Red says, feminists about to stop crying about not being CEOs. Hey.
Ain't gonna happen.
Damn.
Ain't gonna happen.
Oh man! Hey,
I can see- I can
responded.
see-
Hey, wait! Don't let that slide. BGS said it ain't gonna happen. In other words,
Well,
they would rather be dead CEOs to have a bragging right than not being a CEO.
CEO over the ashes.
they want to have that bragging right because that's
Thank you.
misogyny if they're not getting gunned down. You know what I'm saying? It's misogyny.
Nobody shooting me.
I mean, isn't that one of the arguments about from black
Yes.
feminists about black men is that at least we're acknowledged. That's why they kill us.
Kimberly Crenshaw.
Yeah,
Kimberly
right?
Crenshaw.
Nobody knows.
Wait. I want to clarify. I want to make sure I say this. I'm not saying they're saying that our deaths get acknowledged and theirs don't. That's say her name. That's a different argument. What I'm saying Leon, everybody get it. But what I'm saying is they're saying that we are actually seen in society. That's why these people want to murk us. They're invisible. That's why nobody cares. Which is borderline true.
Yeah.
But
Well, what they
how's that
did.
our fault?
What they did in the argument was they generalized it and they try to compare when a black guy dies to when a woman dies. And it's like, y'all die every blue freaking moon. We die every week. like, I get your argument. You want to be presented, but by the time your death comes, two black men already die again. It's like,
Hey, say that. Well, so this is much of my argument in Afro National says feminists want to be CEOs until Assassin's Creed time. So that's much of my argument about whether you actually want this or not, or you just want the bragging rights. What actually comes with this, number one. Number two, what type of career fields are you actually engaging in? Do you really got skin in the game?
Nope.
Right?
Well, the vast majority of women have no idea what it really takes to become a chief executive officer of a major corporation.
Yeah.
It is more difficult than becoming a member of Delta Force, frankly. So the profile of a woman who can fairly ascend to that level, that is a 1% of a 1% of a 1% female. That is not something that women are built to do. That is, you're always on call. You got X number of people to deal with. You're pretty much sort of a sociopath in terms of how to maneuver yourself politically amongst different factionings of people. Ain't no woman built for that shit. Really? Ain't no woman built for that.
Black Brew, wait, y'all. You have to be a sociopath about how you move against other sociopaths.
Yes, of course.
And you know what, Black Rule? I think you gave them a very generous estimate. Real
No,
talk,
Mm,
because
Z.
I'm gonna keep it real.
after
I
she got
don't know a
AB.
woman who like to even get up and go to work.
Mm.
My
Mm.
sisters don't like to get up and go to work. I've never seen my mother
But I
want
tell
to
you, the
get up and go
last
to work.
generation of women, I think BGS might agree. I think really were really competent workers were probably silent generation folks.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah, and I'm not.
Everybody, all the bitches after that, them they don't want to work.
Yeah,
Let me
And I
read this, and then
The
AB
silent
got it.
generation is either that or the cotton fields.
yeah.
Let me read this, and then AB got it. And compassionate says most men ain't even built for that shit. I agree.
That's
But I
true.
don't even think most of
That's
us are
true.
built for it, let alone women. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, AB.
There's a certain mindset that's required for all this.
True. Oh, AB and then name it. Go ahead, AB and then name it. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all stop talking about California arena like that. So crazy ass.
Hey, yeah. By the way, yeah. Well, okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
go ahead, name it. Go ahead.
No, but like what Black Rue is saying is true. Like you need to have a certain mindset to be in certain professions in this world. And I mean, even our late brother KS,
Mhm.
he had a certain mindset to in the profession he was, and some people just found it off-putting because of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He was
Yeah.
So you
determined.
need.
If y'all
He
ever
was the.
noticed him with the Red Bulls and no just the delivery, yeah, no. Kev, as a content creator, and BGS could tell you this, and Ross could tell you this, AB could tell you, bruh,
He was
it's
driven.
It's a motherfucker.
yeah, it's
He was
about
driven,
yeah,
and you know
yeah,
it took a toll on him because remember,
yeah.
I remember he was like he was over 50, and people
Mhm.
forget how much those energy drinks take a toll on you. You know,
Yes.
dependency on that shit will hurt you, man. That's why you know you gotta take care of yourself. That's why you gotta pace yourself in this shit. But unfortunately, it's like they say, money talks. In fact, Z, you might want to check out a movie called Other People's Money. That was Gregory Peck, Danny DeVito, and such.
I feel like I might have heard other people's money. Did I?
Other People's Money. You gotta check that movie out.
Give me a second. I'm putting this in right now.
It's a
Something
yeah,
It's a comedy.
it's a motherfucker. The truth of the matter is, I'm writing software to help me do this shit.
Mm.
yeah. This ain't no game. This ain't no game. That's for sure.
And
So
I've been serious. I you know, where I can take down notes, create thumbnails quickly. That can be a pain even with professional software.
Watch this. What Bruce Owen Wayne says, damn it, name it. Do you even sleep? I don't think any of us up here really actually sleep.
My sleeping pattern to answer Bruce on Wayne, my sleeping pattern is just out of whack, man, for the past decade and a half, dude.
I don't Leon got a newborn baby. He ain't going to sleep no time soon. Better you got kids and he right? Better you got kids, he
Getting on
ain't
his damn
sleeping.
nerves.
Neighbor don't sleep. A be a content creator too, he don't sleep. BGS, we know he don't damn sleep. Raj don't sleep, because I'll be talking to Raj all the time. I don't sleep. Y'all know Z don't sleep. So I just think nobody up here sleep.
I'll
We
probably
don't
sleep
sleep.
after I get off this panel, but yeah.
Right.
Shit.
But you're gonna sleep, but do you actually sleep though?
I mean, the older I get, the more difficult it is for me to sleep past 4 hours.
You see?
Consistently.
Yep.
Now I might grab some little sleep in the day, in the
Mhm.
midday, nap or something. But
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe I need to see a doctor about it or something. But it's difficult for me to sleep much past, straight away, much past 4, maybe 5 hours.
For me, it's about 5. And it's bad.
That's about
It's
right.
really, because my lady is, boy, if she don't get her beauty sleep, if my lady get less than 7 hours of sleep, oh, she gonna be miserable. Oh, she gonna be miserable. And she's gonna be miserable, and she gonna be moving slow.
I'm gonna just say, y'all sound like y'all get a lot of sleep. That's what I'm saying.
How often? Wait, Z, I got a question for you. I got a question for Z. What he just said, what you just said, man. My question is, if that's the case, how often do you usually sleep on the couch?
All the time, actually. All the time. Not her, not directed by her. My lady, we already. That's a whole different conversation. Name of that we got to say in the back.
Don't
But
reveal
yeah,
nothing too personal.
yeah.
Now.
I've always said any threat of go sleep on the couch is immediate in the relationship. That's a whole
It's a
different
firing
conversation.
offense.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah,
That's a
no, yeah.
fireable
I,
offense.
I was traumatized. I just want to say this. I was traumatized as a kid watching women on television shows go sleep on the couch. I was like,
Right.
I want to say I was 7 years old, and I was thinking to myself at 7, bitch, not me. I was the kid thinking that to my help. Shit.
And that's
know.
before you knew the full package of what it meant by sleeping
Thank
on
you.
the couch.
Hey, Raj, Black Guru, I was a kid. I never heard my mom say that to my dad. There's nothing in my life that I ever like that would traumatize me that way. I just remember thinking to myself as a child, we talking about 6, 7, 8 years old, seeing that on TV and be like, "Whoo, shit."
Hey,
I
all right,
will say I will
Z.
sleep on the couch to keep a certain level of peace.
Mhm.
The issue is going to be the bed is actually gone. I'll throw the bed out. So I sleep on the couch. There ain't no bed no more. The bed gone. You know, I do some irrational stuff sometimes that people don't understand why I do it. But I know I can just buy another bed. So if somebody really pulled that on me, I would literally throw the bed out.
Nah, she said go sleep on the couch. You pick up the keys and go rent a room.
No, ain't no real no, bro. This is over with. I ain't sleeping on no couch. That relationship done.
It depends on how much it's gonna cost you.
It's gonna cost a brand new bed.
No. When the relationship is over, no, we talking about a marriage. We ain't talking about
yeah.
Oh well, yeah. Well, if I'm married, then yeah, it's still gonna cost me a brand new bed because I can't just throw her away that easy. But the bed's still gone.
That hotel room, then you call
in other words, the reason you get the hotel room is because she said go sleep on the couch, but she wants you to stay there, right? But you pick up your keys, you get dressed, you go to the hotel room. She don't have no idea where you went.
Right.
Yeah.
And
she
let
won't
me
do that
finish.
anymore.
Let me finish answering what Nema was actually. So Nema, it's mainly because I snore loud and like just
sleep apnea and shit,
just a bunch of So and I'm getting to the bed late and whatever and So sometimes I just sleep on the couch. Yeah.
I'm me
that's
personally.
voluntary.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, definitely voluntary. Because if it was a command, goddamn a demand. Oh crap! End of relationship.
AZ,
Because he don't want to be like Z doesn't want to end up like in the first Bad Boys movie when Martin Lawrence was told by Teresa May. You remember? You don't want to be like, can I have a pillow? Can I at least get a pillow? No, you ain't having that. Wake up with a Power Ranger stuck up your ass and shit.
You're putting me in the same lane as Raj. There would be no bed. I'm just saying. Go ahead, AB.
That's why, in my case, I say like if I was in a relationship, I make it a point separate places. You got your crib, I got mine.
Yeah, no, that ain't no real relationship. I can't do it. I don't want that either.
Can't hand that.
I don't want that either. But yeah, thank you for the super sticker. Passport OG, thank you for the super sticker. Go ahead, AB.
That's where it used to be before they're living together in sin, man. Before the 7.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say an irrational move would quiet a lot of stuff down sometimes. That's why I would literally throw a bed out.
Yeah,
it's rational to me, but it ain't rational to her.
When a room is cheaper, no, I ain't breaking up the bed, man.
So, real talk.
I mean,
real quick, y'all, we got to let AB go because we AB, and then I think was that you, Leon, or was that you, Better You? But either way, we'll let AB go, and then we'll get Better You, and then Leon. Go ahead.
Yeah, you might want to look up a little. Just go to TikTok and type in "cooking with Kyla." You'll have fun.
Oh, that's homegirl. That's twerking.
Oh, we're twerking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's novelty for the Z's, man. But for me, it's like, really.
Look,
I'm out.
Look,
I'll be back
you
later.
boomers, as bad as y'all had it, we look at y'all like y'all was spoiled. Okay? We look at y'all like y'all women still knew at least how to cook and clean.
Hey, millennials, guess how boomers look at you.
Yeah.
Not like we spoil, I hope not.
Oh, hell yeah.
With women? I'm talking about women in specific. I'm not talking about technology and all this other stuff.
Technology, how you're raised, all that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah, no, we talking about the women.
Why you think women can't cook? It's because they were spoiled.
That and because they don't know how to. Yeah, that and spite.
Ask her. Does she know how to basically wash?
Wait, she's what? Compassionate? No, you lying. Ooh, compassionate, you lying. Don't say that.
Ask her. You know how to actually scrub walls.
Yeah, they don't know how to do that.
What did compassion say?
Yeah, I ain't gonna read that out loud.
She's not 16. She's 23. She
okay, thank you.
That.
All right, how about
Them
okay?
heifers, them miserable heifers trying to spread that
You,
dumb shit.
Yeah.
I think you actually decreased her marketability by saying she's 26. I think a lot of guys thought there was a creeper factor there. I think.
We get a bad enough rap as it is.
No, man, see, that's why I said I wasn't gonna read it out loud. I was like, I ain't gonna read it out loud. Y'all go ahead and look at the comment on it and read it out loud. But thank you once again for the super sticker, Passport. Thank you for the super sticker. But yeah, y'all could. But okay, so BJS, I don't know if you checked out the links. As a matter of fact, before we even get to that, BJ, hold on a second, BJS. Better you go ahead and then we get Leon. I'll ask you the question afterward.
Yeah, so I checked it out, and I caught little bits and pieces of it because I was doing deliveries, but it was an interesting take. I felt like the lady he was interviewing, the better way to kind of summarize what she was talking about when she was speaking about how Black liberation was met with the with market freedoms is with honor. And it made me think of that, how he's like, we came straight out of Jim Crow and we got slapped in the face with the goddamn market.
Yeah. Funky academic. Compassionate.
There's a whole, okay, basically, that's why everybody should read Gold, Dollars, and Power, right? Okay. Your whole system got hit at the same time. Why do you think we went off the gold standard in 1971, okay? And went into stagflation. Ask all them white farmers that got hit in the 70s. Remember Farm Aid in 1970? You had a whole shift in system. You had interest rates go from 3% to 23% in 12 years. Okay, while your wages stay stagnant and your shit got shipped out. Just had a whole shift. So basically, civil rights had nothing to do with what went on financially, especially after 1971. Zero. In fact, the reason you had civil rights is because you had excess money.
I'm sorry, Z. I can't listen to Crystal Ball Simp.
If you get hit, so if a nation gets hit financially, who they gonna save first? Is it gonna be you?
No, it's definitely not gonna be a black people.
And the thing is, nobody said anything about feminism. Feminism and white women taking your motherfucking jobs while black women looked. Nobody ever talks about that, do they?
No. She didn't even go nowhere near that in the conversation.
Nowhere near that. That's why I said that's why I look at certain takes, especially certain Marxist takes, as bullshit. Okay.
Yeah. She went nowhere there. What she was emphasizing here is and she used some of their quotes and leaked documents and stuff that's actually published now. The Powell memo type stuff, some stuff that we already know. The Olin Foundation and how John Olin, his son, was at Cornell during the protest, and he was like, oh no, these black people doing too much, and like how he pretty much weaponized his money and added it to think tanks and helped to create think tanks. That pushed a certain type of like economic benign neglect of black folks. Those are not her words; those are my words.
Yeah,
and how I interpreted what she said. Yeah,
because after 1971 under Nixon, guess what? You ran out of fucking money.
Yeah.
Okay, so how you gonna pay for civil rights and the civil rights program without no money and go against your white women?
Well, also, and this is, how do I say this without being too specific? She appeared to be of a fairly obvious demographic, and we kind of know how the people operate. I mean, they've been on some divide and conquer type stuff for a minute. I don't think I need to say too much more than that.
No, but actually, so yeah, she's Persian.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she's Persian. She's Iranian. Mirza Baradaran. Dr. Mercer Corona. Yeah, but I get it. Yeah. Persian. Yeah.
And I get the academic ties with this kind of stuff, man. But basically, you start tracing back the stuff of neoliberalism. Actually, trace back the financial history of the United States, coming back from Bretton Woods all the way up to 1971. There's a whole bunch of reasons why shit happened, and it had some of it had to do with racism, but most of it didn't. The real racist betrayal came from young goddamn women in 1964 when they put sex into the Civil Rights Bill, and then when people like Kenneth Clark and Moynihan, who's a fucking white man, protested that shit. Guess what they told him? You blaming the victim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick question for you. That crash you were talking about in the 70s, is that I might be mixing up my history a little bit, but was that caused by Charles de Gaulle in France trying to cash in their dollars for gold?
It's one of the triggers.
It was a trigger, yeah. But the thing is, okay, there's a couple things. One, after in fact, they went through some of this in Bretton Woods after 1945, right? 3/4 of the world was actually destroyed. There were no factories, right? The only factories were where in the United States. Okay, so that gave them an advantage. But eventually, what was the world going to do? It was actually going to catch up and rebalance everything.
It's going to rebuild, yeah.
It's going to rebuild, okay. And now, basically, you set up to where you could actually freely set gold at a certain price and be exchanged for dollars. But the thing is, they didn't make you run up deficits by fighting a Korean war and a Vietnamese war and a whole bunch of other stuff that cost you a whole bunch of money. Okay, you could have paid right. You could have done a whole bunch of things, and basically, they said the same thing. Okay, Johnson could have paid for full employment for everybody, right? But except you spent that money in the jungles in rice paddies of Vietnam. Okay? If you spent that money in actually bailing out the pound in 1968, there's a whole bunch of things that led to it. So that puts you in a position for France to come in and take advantage of you by starting converting dollars into gold. Okay, and plus that's what the military industrial complex was with under NATO was actually forcing France to sell off its industries, which most people don't like that kind of shit. Okay, you're gonna come in, you're just gonna buy up all our industries and make it American owned. People kind of resist that. There's a whole bunch of things. Okay, well, where in that did race play a part?
No.
It doesn't.
So in other words, 3/4 of the value of the dollar went down between 1960 and 1971. So that's how come Nixon took it off the gold standard and let the let the exchange rate flow freely, went back on a fiat system because the Bretton Woods mixed system didn't work, which is why China doesn't want to do it.
Let me read this before you go, Russ. Let me read this real quick. And a Split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And a Split Jim says, yeah, I got a CrossFit workout at 5:30 a.m. Eastern. Then here you come, Z. Then I was gonna tap out. Then here come Uru. Then the whole gang. Damn you Negroes. Look, it's a party up here. It's an intellectual think tank party. It's not our fault you passed by and then you wanted to actually join the party. That's not what that got to do with us. You can still take your ass to sleep.
Yeah, which we basically, believe it or not, all you millennials that thought that the boomers were spoiled and not going through shit, you getting ready to go through shit right now. Okay, with the bricks and the dollar.
We
history doesn't repeat, but it sure does rhyme.
I say we spare the handful of cool boomers and push the rest of y'all off the goddamn edge of the cliff.
Stop taking my line.
And what's coming that might be better.
Yeah, I mean, those old folks might be okay with that.
You know what's scary? I promise you, I don't care which whether it's my dad, whether it's Black Uru, whether it's BGS. I got a couple of coworkers who are boomers in their later 60s, and they all say the same thing. I don't want to be here for this shit. Like everybody say the same thing.
And that's maybe that has a little bit to do with why me not being a part of the ruling class. I don't have too much fear of the ruling class getting into it with other people part of their ruling class, and whoever win. I'm not gonna lose. That's how I look at it. I'm probably not gonna lose.
Yeah, but the peasants, the peasants always suffer.
What they say, the grass gets trampled when the elephants fight.
But I think we gonna suffer anyway, and I already think we pretty much been trampled on.
We didn't know. I see what Roger's saying. I know what you're saying, BGS, but I see what Roger's saying.
I understand Roger, but brother, you ain't got a clue yet.
No, I mean, I acknowledge that it can always be worse. That's a legitimate
Yeah,
thing.
but how
It can
much
always be
worse?
worse, you know.
I mean, go live in one of them barrios in Mexico City and see what your future is. Okay.
Yeah.
Or hey, y'all don't want to. My dad's in Haiti right now, and I spoke
Oh
to him a
yeah.
couple of nights
Oh
ago.
yeah.
Yeah,
You don't want. Yeah, you don't want America to turn into that. Okay.
yeah. It's
With
it's on
when you
fire.
when you see CEOs, because basically they could do it, man. Why? How come he sees the rich folks in Mexico
Mm.
and
Or
No,
the
armed guards?
yeah.
no, I get you, and it's necessary for
It's
sure.
necessary.
It's
I
definitely
mean,
necessary.
I understand this guy Penny shooting a CEO, which is nobody's gonna cry about it, man. But do you want America to turn into that?
No, of course not. That's why I say, real talk is worse places to live than America. Even with all the stuff that we deal with, there are plenty worse places to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, I ain't gonna say I like it, but I'm definitely okay with dealing with it. I'll say that I'm okay with dealing with it.
Yeah. There's worse grades than a D, like a F.
Exactly.
So yeah, I know what you're saying.
And we're at a B right now. So
Yeah.
Yeah. What? No, y'all ain't never heard me talking about moving. You know what I'm saying? I just want stuff to improve, but I ain't said nothing about moving yet. That's for sure. Because I mean, Black Rule made the point. It's the only home you know.
And like BGS said, the biggest problem we've had, especially the last 60 years, has been the threat sleeping in the bed next to you.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest danger to the majority or the woman that gave birth to you. I mean, that's the irony of this conversation. Yeah, all those external threats are there and they're all real. No one's discounting what that woman presented. I mean, I think much of that we knew, maybe certain details we weren't quite as aware of.
OG Chirac ain't got nothing on Sinaloa, baby.
No. And even the whole Chirac thing is
overblown,
definitely grossly overblown, and Chirac is largely a political thing. It was about how we going to discredit Obama and all that kind of shit.
Miami was worse. Miami in the '80s was worse.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, for sure. And Chicago in the '80s was worse. Shit. Chicago in the '80s was a lot worse.
I just want to emphasize, Miami is so crazy. Yeah, handguns, but what they're saying, like Miami was like semi-autos, '80s. Like it was with handguns. What's a handgun?
Yeah, you got to, like you said, AK-47. We actually killed every motherfucker in the building. Okay.
Yep.
So,
except no substitutes.
Yeah, when they start making TV shows about your town, it's getting kind of bad. I'm just saying, it's kind of bad.
Hey, I know Chicago ain't talking. I see them jabs.
And 40 years ago, that was 40 years ago. We ain't talking about now.
Yeah,
it's calm now.
Yeah.
Now Chicago was much worse in the '80s and '90s.
Oh yeah,
much worse.
Yeah, they kind of, and New York was too. So
I ain't missing it. I'm gonna tell you that I don't miss it at all.
Get ready. It's coming back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting. I was in the city because I'm in the suburbs, but I was in the city a couple of days ago, and one thing I noticed that sent a chill over me was tents appearing in the parks. That was something that
really
sent kind of and it is around about 21 degrees. See, it's one thing to have a tent in LA, brother. It's a whole other thing to have a tent in Chicago in the winter. And right now, as I'm looking right now, it's 21 degrees.
Yeah, them people got a strong resolve because I don't know how. If I'm homeless, I know I'm gone. Ain't nowhere in the world I'm in this city.
Well, I'm seeing tents in parks in Chicago.
Why would you live in Chicago in a tent?
You got me.
I'm sure the mayor will give you a bus ticket.
They are dedicated. That's all I'm gonna say. They've been dedicated people.
I'm showing up seeing. Now
Brandon
some
Johnson-
of them tents look fairly nice.
I mean,
They look like mansion tents.
I mean, if you're dressed right, hell, they got they got tents that withstand Arctic weather if you got the right ones. But the thing is that if you hardy enough, man, to sleep in a tent in the winter of Chicago, man, you had no business being homeless.
You really don't. You're supposed to be part of some military attachment.
Yeah, if you got that kind of get up and go and grind, there's no way you should be homeless because you got
they're resiliently homeless.
Yes.
Like they can deal with the world, the natural world.
Who just don't want to be attached to society. But
no, that's bullshit because you're right in the middle of society in the park. Okay.
Well, but this whole thing, I'm gonna just rough it.
Rough it. Okay, I'm
off the grid. That's what it is. I'm off the grid.
No, you ain't off the grid.
I love the people that do that whole I'm off the grid, F society, I don't like people thing, and yet human beings are social creatures. And
man, let me end up homeless in this town. I'm in LA. I'm gonna be on that BGS in Perth. I'm in LA. I ain't staying here. And I'm homeless. That's insane.
I'm homeless. I'm off the grid. Me and my smartphone.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. We're taking turns plugging our smartphone.
Shout out to all the people that ran up on the Capitol building on January 6th.
Man. And a tracker caught them all.
Hey, I'm gonna use my cell phone, brag on social media. You can see my plane ticket. You can see I'm in the airport when I'm recording myself talking about what I just did. Oh, how did they find me in Hawaii?
You know what the thing is? They must have known something was afoot because they in the software they put that little tracker in and didn't tell nobody that it was there.
Yeah. Passport OG said, real quick, Raj, Passport OG says off the grid, but got a Costco card.
Yep. Exactly.
That's funny.
Go ahead, Raj.
No, I'm just saying some of them people was crazy because when you start taking pictures during the crime, you know what I'm saying? To show off
exactly.
Because they didn't think it was a crime.
Yeah, what kind of self-respecting criminal?
Exactly.
Is doing selfies while they overthrowing the government.
I'm gonna smile next to the podium, and I'm gonna pose with the picture I'm taking off the wall. That's just not how you do crap. That's just not how you do.
The funny thing about the January 6th riot is, how they were in the hall of Congress with their feet up on the desk and stuff.
They had more than their feet up.
Yeah, they were shitting and everything.
Yep.
Anyway, my point is, somebody went back and looked at the old Birth of the Nation footage, and how they had Negroes and white people in blackface doing the same shit, doing the same shit in the halls of Congress. I was like, oh, okay.
Well, ain't no people entitled like white people. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Raj, what you said about unsupervised white people again?
Bro, they need it. They need it, man. They keep proving they need it.
Yeah, you funny as hell. I had to come up just because you funny as hell for saying if you homeless in Chicago, you ain't got no business being homeless. That's the funniest shit I done heard all week.
I mean, bro, you know how it is here.
That's actually true. If you hardy enough to survive, how are you homeless?
Same with Indiana. You hardy enough to survive in the tent of Indiana. Good Lord, man.
Man, I would walk to California if I was homeless in Chicago. Real talk.
Lying, bro. I swear to God, you ain't lying. It be so cold. It's so cold in Chicago, bro. Every time you go outside and see how cold it is, you thankful you're not home.
Like I'm in Indianapolis, so we about just as cold. It's like walking into a refrigerator.
let me read this real quick. And Jade says Black Uru has a way of painting a bleak situation warm and cozy. Yikes!
Well, I'm an artist in my heart.
That's
I'm
that.
an artist.
That's that politician.
Yeah,
Thanks, man.
for real.
No, I check the temperature every day when I go out. I hadn't seen it be as cold as -22. That's
Unless
why I have
the
no
winter weather.
idea how you can be homeless in this town. It
Yeah,
makes no
bro.
sense to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Let me go ahead and brag a little bit about this South Florida weather right now. We got
Hell
a little
yeah,
bit of
bro.
wind, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
What is it outside? Let me tell you. I'm
I
gonna
ain't
tell you
mad
what it
at
is.
you
Let
at
me
all.
see. It's a little cool outside. What is it? Like 60-something degrees right now?
Crazy.
let me talk about this Florida weather right now. And it's not hurricane season. Ah,
I'm gonna say,
beautiful.
bro, y'all
Oh,
have hurricanes, so who cares?
yeah. We don't have
I ain't gonna lie.
we don't live with old man winter, and we don't have blizzards. Okay,
Nah,
Chicago.
But them
We don't have
hurricanes, that
blizzards.
shit make up
Hold on,
for
wait.
y'all not having blizzards. Them hurricanes be ridiculous and shit.
It really
You know,
do
with
though.
global warming, y'all about to get year-round hurricanes.
Yeah.
Miami
For
ain't
real
gonna
though.
exist. They say Miami ain't gonna exist fucking around
Yeah,
with this warm.
Yeah, no, that's gonna take a while though. That's
you
gonna
know
take a
what
while.
happens to a house during a blizzard?
What happened?
You can
It's still
still
there.
find it.
I
You can
knew he was
still
gonna say
find
that.
it.
I knew he was gonna say
You know what happens to a house during a hurricane?
that.
Exactly.
Just might not be there when you wake up.
You can wait a blizzard out. Shit.
Oh man. Hey, it's not just, especially for like the southern states, the Louisianas, the Floridas, certain parts of Mississippi, etc. It's not just the hurricane. For all the Gulf places and southern states, it's the hurricane plus the flooding. That should be ridiculous, y'all. I'm telling y'all. I promise you. Yeah. It, I had to drive in what, a foot and a half of water once. Foot, was it a foot or foot and a half? Something like that. Once. So it's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah.
What people don't get about Chicago, a lot of places get cold, but we get cold and we get a wind factor or a wind
Yep.
chill. Like right now in Chicago, the wind chill makes it feel like it's -3
Yep.
right now. So like being homeless, I don't know how the fuck is you doing that for real.
And you're not too far in Indiana too, right? AB is the same thing.
Yeah. We get a windshield warning. Yep.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's about,
Shout out to the northern
about
Midwest.
14 degrees now. So
Yep. Nope.
We gotta warm up we gotta warm up cars up when we go out.
When I was 10, I remember we visited family up here right outside of Chicago. And we went up there. It was late February. And I remember watching the weatherman, and he said a warm front was coming through. And he's like, tomorrow's gonna get up to be 4.
Was he talking centigrade or Fahrenheit?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a good warm front right there.
Chicago for your ass.
That's a good warm front.
And you know what's messed up? I bet you we were in Chicago. We was like, "Oh, thank God, it's gonna be 4 degrees."
Yeah, no. Being from all the Chicagoans, just thank God it's gonna be 4. It's gonna be above.
Because there is something that, you know, you watch the temperature, and man, when it drops down to 0, you just get depressed. Like, God damn, man, human beings ain't supposed to be in this shit.
Yeah, I was talking to my cousin in North Carolina, and he talking. I kid you not, Black Guru. This dude talking about they shut down the whole damn town for a foot of snow.
Oh man, come on! What kind of pussies?
Wow, man. That's Tuesday for us.
Let me emphasize this. This is so what? Actually, I gotta ask this question. So what the hell do y'all still go to work with 4-degree weather?
Yes.
Y'all still driving in 4-degree weather?
Bro, I remember growing up and they never canceled school, bro. It could be fucking -22.
I remember walking in the snow as a kid. I remember walking in the snow just about up to my chest.
I mean, no, it stands out when you go places like Uru. I mean, like Chicagoans, I didn't think like being in Atlanta. Atlanta used to shut down if they got
no, they get a look. Them pansies down there in Atlanta, they get a look. Cars start flying all off the streets and shit.
Chicago got this shit down to a system. They got a fleet of trucks that hit the streets.
No plows.
At the same time.
Yeah. We got slowed down in 2011 for one day. They said it hadn't been that bad since 1968.
Hey, this is
And
one
we
time.
slowed down one day. The city actually did slow down one day. That was it. And it was only because they had to remove so much snow off the main street, they really couldn't hit the side streets. After that one day, it was back to normal.
Hey, this is one time I will shout out Barack Obama because he was talking to some officials and
I remember this.
And he was
Yep.
cracking up. He's like, "You shut the whole whole
DC.
state down for DC down for
Yep,
this
yep,
little
I remember.
snow?
Mhm,
This is
I remember.
Tuesday for us." In Chicago, back to
eat that
Chicago.
for-
Yep.
Man, Chicago eat that for breakfast.
Yeah, Obama was up there throwing up Chicago gang signs.
Right.
You know what? Until 2011, I didn't even know Chicago had blizzards. I thought it just snowed.
Just
Yeah.
so. Yeah. Just so.
Yeah, no
And I'm
bullshit.
dead serious. I'm dead serious. I did not know Chicago actually had blizzards.
I gotta give it to all of y'all north of the not north of the Mississippi, sorry, north of the Mason-Dixon line. I gotta give it to y'all because anything under about 65, Mississippi be like, who let all winter, all man blizzard down here in the south?
The only place
Who?
I ever been in that would be consistently colder than Chicago during winter was that goddamn Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Oh yeah,
St. Louis.
Oh,
yeah, I'm sorry, St.
Lord,
Paul.
man. That Minneapolis,
Minneapolis.
St. Paul, man, that shit was. That's like you walk out and your face freezes, like you almost can't talk, kind of freeze.
Black Guru, I can tell you right now, if I was down in the Twin Cities, first of all, it would feel like a normal winter in Oslo for me. Because it's snowing, it's windy, there's Somalis all over the motherfucker. So I'm like, what the hell?
Like Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Same thing, but that's so. I was about to ask the name of that too. What the hell is up with East Africans moving to the coldest places humanly possible? Y'all go from goddamn desert to fucking the coldest places you could find on the planet.
Not all of us are from deserts. My people in particular, we Highlanders.
You're missing
right?
the point. That's not the point.
But yeah.
How do y'all
do y'all have some weird fascination or affiliation with Norwegians or something?
No, but I will say this: up here in Norway, we have something we have to deal with just as much as snow. At this time, right now, at this time of year, I gotta work because we're right in the North Atlantic, right in the North Sea. We have to worry about these like hurricanes that cross over the Scandinavian Peninsula, and sometimes
What?
Oh yeah, in wintertime. In wintertime, we get hit. Because whatchamacallit, the western city of Bergen. It's like Seattle. It constantly rains and everything. Okay, it's like Seattle. But half the time it's like. But at this time of year, sometimes you will have like a storm come over, hit landfall across Norway, and sometimes it spills over. Next thing you know, it's just heavy rain over the snow, and so we have to deal with snow and ice.
I see why the white folks so evil living in the climate. Like,
hey, bro.
There's a saying we have. Compassionate. We have a saying up here. It doesn't matter if it's in Norwegian, Swedish, or Finnish. They say there's no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothes, which means you better be prepared when you go out. If you're gonna leave the house, you better be prepared for everything. That's why I check the weather apps and everything, make sure what I'm expecting right now. I mean, last couple of days. No, it's like last week we were dealing with sleet and everything.
I still remember my first ice storm, man. I looked outside like, oh, it don't look so bad. Man, I stepped on that shell. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Man, I remember the first time I was walking through the snow. It was just a lot of fun. Sorry.
I had to chisel the ice off the car. That's how much the ice was just caked on there.
In Indianapolis?
Just to warm the car up.
In Indianapolis?
Yes, in Indianapolis. Yes.
Damn.
That sound regular.
I was going to say that's normal as hell for us.
that's
I don't even. I turn the car on, let that bitch heat up a little bit, and burn some of that shit off.
I had to chisel the ice off just to turn the car on. That's how much ice and snow was on there.
That's why we want it to be a positive degree when we go outside. It just makes it easy to get the car turned on. Because like we talk about this bad weather, we don't want to see negative because sometimes in certain cars you may not get the car turned on. You know what I'm saying? If it's positive, car probably turn on. And I will say I do actually live in Chicago because of the weather. I grew up here. Nothing happens here. Yeah, we get some cold winters, but nothing happens here. That's why I live here.
And we get hot summers too. We get the best of both.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something right now, just to change the subject a little bit. Z, I know you're talking about being a hot weather, because let's not forget, you forgot I was born and raised in the Middle East. Here's one thing you should be glad you don't have to deal with in Florida: sandstorms.
Yeah.
I have been through. I've had my experience with sandstorms coming up, and man, they were not fun. So I remember one time. In 2009, I was like checking out the web, just watching I was at home back in Trev watching the news, and they were showing like a sandstorm that hit the capital, the Saudi capital, Riyadh. It looked like a nuclear fallout and shit. And everybody's like, "What the fuck is this?" Because the sand was coming down like clumps of sand. Was coming down like snow and shit like that.
Shit.
There were like aerial footage of the snow, the city being encapsulated by it.
I've definitely seen the videos of but it's more Abu Dhabi and Dubai where the roads are just covered. You can see you see the sand crossing the road practically. Right? So yeah, I've definitely seen those videos.
If you think it's bad at this time of year, the Gulf, the GCC right now, I'm talking about the Emirates, eastern part of KSA, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman. This time of year, they're getting hit with heavy floods. Because dry air that's crossing from Central Asia, when it hits the Arabian/Persian Gulf, it accumulates water and it dumps on these guys heavy, and you start seeing flooded streets in certain areas, especially like in parts of the city of Dubai, city of Abu Dhabi. Same shit happens, even as far into the hinterlands of KSA, to the capital. So I've seen that shit, but the wind is howling. It's like below freezing at night. Ugh. You gotta be bundled up. People
Rocky, come back up, Rocky. But yeah, go ahead.
Come on up, Rocky. Come on up, Rocky.
I came up here.
Go ahead, me.
I came up here because I heard Black Uru talking about Minneapolis, and guess where the fuck I am?
Oh boy.
Man,
please tell me you're wearing
purple. Wind up here, bro. This wind up here is disrespectful, sir.
Can't do it.
It's disrespectful.
My older daughter's up there. I'm like, girl, why you go from Chicago to Minneapolis for Christ's sake?
God damn, the wind up here. I damn near drove off the road the other night. The wind was so damn bad.
Damn.
Wait, how long does it take to get from between Minneapolis and Chicago? How long is the drive?
About 8 hours. About 9 hours.
Okay, how long does it take between Chicago and Milwaukee?
Chicago and Milwaukee. Oh, that's what is Milwaukee? Maybe
2 hours.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's Milwaukee ain't that far. Maybe 3 hours.
3 hours. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what is it like? So what's the weather like over there? I wonder.
Milwaukee,
comparison.
about the same as Chicago.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
I don't mean to interrupt. I spent a lot of time in Green Bay in the Fox Valley area. Those winters are fucking brutal. I'm telling you.
Brutal.
All that lake effect snow, man. Look.
Oof. Yeah, Green Bay is crazy.
Hey, look. When we was young,
I had to walk through all that shit. Man.
When I was young, we used to in the 80s. We used to because I would walk to school. When I was in elementary school, we would play King of Mountain on plowed snow. Because there was so much snow. I'm talking about it's snow in the Midwest where they would plow snow, and in one night that shit would cover. It would fill up our boot holes. We'd be walking to school, and this shit would be coming up to the top of our boots. This is back when we wore, snow boots too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The snow would fill the holes in overnight.
Snow boots and snow suits. And the worst part about it was like they'll go walking. It'll be all kinds of snow right on the sidewalk and shit, and people wouldn't shovel it. So then it'll snow again, and all the snow that they walk through, it'll be all like matted down. It'll turn into ice.
Yep.
Now you got to worry about slipping and falling and breaking your elbows and some type of stuff. Man,
so every time I've been to New York, I've watched somebody fall. Knock on wood, I haven't fallen winter New York yet. Every time I go, I haven't fallen yet. Knock on wood. Let's hope it don't happen ever.
No, you about to now because you said it.
Nah.
Hey, I'll tell y'all something. That shit is funny until it's you. I ain't gonna lie, it's funny watching somebody fall, but boy, when it's you, Hey, look,
Everybody's
there was
fallen except for my mom and me.
look.
My dad, my sister, even my cousins that live in New York. I've watched them fall. Like, oh shit.
When I was in high school, there
Mhm.
came when it's getting close to wintertime, right? It didn't snow, but it like misted, right? Like a light rain, but it was so cold that it was just ice, but
Black
you
ice.
couldn't actually see the ice because of the
It was black
overcast.
ice.
No.
Oh, okay.
This
Okay, it
is
was black
this is
ice. Right.
it wasn't black ice. It just misted and it froze real fast. You couldn't see the ice.
Okay.
You couldn't actually see it though. You could see through it perfectly fine. But there was an
Mm-hmm.
overcast. When I can't tell you, I came out of school and almost busted my ass. That was the longest walk. Look, I lived 2 blocks from my high school. That was the longest walk home I ever had. Ever had. That same weekend, I came from under. I don't know if y'all know what a viaduct is, but we got a lot of those over there. I'm from Joliet. Like 20 minutes outside Chicago,
Right.
and uh, same thing. Came from under the viaduct, right? Just walking, just striding along, right? I got a very long stride. Didn't see this shit. Forgot all about it. And next thing I know, I'm looking at the sky. I catch myself on one hand and one foot. Damn near busted my ass.
Damn.
The
You know
words of
what? I'm
Phoenix.
glad you
Wait,
guys
wait, wait, wait,
mentioned
wait,
this.
wait. Gotta redo
Sorry.
this. Joe's thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. He says this is gonna be a fire replay. I hope so. I hope so. But yeah, no, we having fun up here. And Black Rude, this is directed towards you. And Black Wealth and Power says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Black Wealth and Power says, Mr. Uru, I'm sure you saw Jay-Z getting tied up in the Diddy mess. How do you think this will play out? The NFL said the deal they have with Hove is not changing. Did the small hats get involved? Is he cooked?
That's a tough one. I think if the NFL is covering him, that means that they believe. A lot of important people think they believe they've done their due diligence on Jay-Z Day. That this is some ploy, perhaps by the Diddy people, to kind of murky the waters in that issue, and by including Jay-Z. That's what I think. But I don't know whatever else is out there. I've heard the things about Jay-Z that everyone else has heard, but I don't think the NFL, the shield of the NFL, if you've ever heard that phrase before, the shield of the NFL is a big fucking deal. So they still holding on to Jay-Z. They very likely have done enough to say that Robert Kraft and Jerry Jones and that outfit feel comfortable that this is just something that's some sort of lawyering trick on the
I
part of
mean, yeah,
these folks.
well, yeah, but in between like Rockaware and Jay Z's business prowess, you really think like it seems as though they've invested a lot of money in this guy? Do you really think they're just going to throw him away like that?
Well, look, if there's a there, I mean they'll cut you off. I mean nobody
We started
made
with
more
Kanye.
money. Nobody made more money for Hollywood over the last 40 some years than Weinstein. Nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, you watching Oscars from like the 80s and 90s into 2000, and Weinstein was all over that shit, him and his brother. So if you get to a certain level of trouble, they'll cut your ass loose too. They'll cut you loose. If they're holding on to him now, they actually believe is not really a thing. If they holding on to him.
I have this question. It's the same question I have when we watch these kind of weird commercials from certain industries that they shouldn't be, advertising in this way. Is it possible that these people have so much money and these companies, these corporations have so much money that they can piss some off? They can just torch some, right? So when I look at Jay-Z, I agree with Black Uru that it- I don't. I mean, I don't think I'm not saying it won't hurt for some certain investors that have money tied up to either Jay or some of his endeavors or whatever. But I think a lot of these folks got so much money that because remember, it's Jay-Z's billion, but if I lost $100 million that I have tied up with Jay-Z and I'm worth $5 million, is that gonna hurt? Yeah, but is it the end of the world? No, not really. Right?
Well,
So
what happened with the thing with the child trafficking thing with the corporation? What happened with that?
yeah,
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
I mean, there's a certain point where people think that it's just something that'll come and go in the news. And I like I say, my belief is that those people who have all the resources in the country believe that he is secure, and that look, anybody can make an accusation against anybody, like literally, and especially something that's over 25 years old.
Can I touch the subject real quick?
Yeah.
What's that?
Go, let Black will land with that, and then you got it, Leon.
So unless you have some real evidence, because somebody was in a photograph with somebody, if that's the extent of your evidence, now unless so there's some tapes, which with Diddy, they found some tapes. I don't know, unless you have that kind of thing, I don't know what you got other than an accusation.
Yeah, I think they still go after people. Like they went after that one guy that had clothes in Forever 21, and they were drugging guys, and
I remember that.
R-wording them. And I forgot the name brand. It's not Abercrombie. It was something that was cool.
Balenciaga or whatever.
No, it's a med brand that was cool in like the early 2000s.
Hilfiger?
No, it's not Hilfiger. It was ran by two guys. I forgot, man. I forgot the name
Is it
brand. But they
Hollister?
went
It's
after
not okay.
Aeropostale.
yeah. They went after
Aeropostale.
him because they said that he was drugging guys and
I
R-wording
remember
them
this.
and
Yep.
trafficking. And
Him
I
and his
mean,
friends, they were.
But
yeah,
here's the thing.
they were straight up doing it.
Here's the thing. At a certain point, when you reach a certain age, it's like you have enough maturity to understand, or enough cognitive ability to understand. Look, like you're old enough to know what's going on here. When does it stop becoming trafficking, and when does it become like voluntary? You know what I mean?
Well, I think when you look at it, when you give somebody something, right, and then you put it in, you dangle it in their face, put Molly in their drink, then tell boys to start, playing with each other. Are you not going to get this, and we're going to blackball you out of the industry? So you start doing it because that's what they did. They literally blackballed people
Yeah,
out
no,
of the
that's
industry.
a different. That's
Yeah.
a. I get. Yeah, no, I get. So y'all are kind of going in two
Okay.
similar but different directions, right? So this is the thing: if you are a man or a woman, and because what I look at some of this is I'm mad I didn't get what I thought I was gonna get, or I see you falling and tripping, and I might be able to grab a couple of dollars on your way down. So there are people that they know what this is. You're a 50, 67-year-old married man. She know you married. She 23. She want in on it. She's willing to do whatever. She's willing to travel. She's willing to, but the trafficking comes up when she's now 45. Her life ain't going the way she wanted. You getting caught up with something right now, and this is a way for her to make a couple of dollars. So there's that. But then there's what Leon's talking about, where, especially because I know the story he's speaking about, where these dudes really were drugging these dudes, from what we know. So once again, they were really drugging them. They were really giving them one of those ultimatum situations where, if you want this position, but they were drugging them. They were walking them to that line and then saying, well, you got a choice. I mean, you could not do it, right? Which, once again, it is your own decision. Yes, we're not pretending that this is not, but there is something to be said about putting people in the most unenviable position humanly possible and be like, well, you could always say no. I mean, let's be very
Easier
clear.
said than done.
Coercion is coercion, right? Exactly. Coercion is and there's a reason why there are people that lie about being put in these type of situations. So I'm not saying that these people aren't lying sometimes, but there are times where people do walk someone right to the line and say, you could always say no. I mean, no harm, no. I said no harm, no
Well,
foul, right? No
what
harm, no
what
foul.
I'm
But
always what I'm
go ahead.
suspicious of is how many folks got to be Diddy before the next guys coming up don't know about the Diddying process. That's the question I
True,
always have.
Yeah.
true.
I mean, how many guys got to get bent over before the next guys hear about the last guys getting bent over?
Yeah. Are you okay with being bent over until you're exposed or
You
until
know,
the
I
story
mean,
comes
don't
out?
you know? This sort of like playing, you know, later like, well, I didn't know, you know, they was
Exactly.
gonna put
Yep.
something on
Yep.
the
Yep. Yep.
drinks, and then I was gonna
Right.
have to go to a
Yep.
proctologist or whatever, you know, later.
It's
I
definitely,
mean, come
You
on,
know,
you know.
it's
I mean, come
it's
definitely
on,
interesting you
man.
bro that. I
I,
remember,
I,
You know,
wait, real quick, name before you go. I, if we're gonna be honest, I think these people just have regrets. I think
yeah,
people sign up for things with. 'Cause like I said, I do believe that coercion is a thing. There's a
it
really
is.
fuzzy line. The line is where I think people debate. Where's the line for it, right? Okay, cool. But then there's other people. I'm agreeing with Black Lulu where you know it. You just want a bit of plausible deniability, and you don't want people to find out how you got to where you are, right?
Mhm.
So, but you want to give yourself a plausible deniability, and
dude.
that's where I was on drugs
There
or
have
I
been
was coerced.
murmurs
Yeah,
about Diddy since the 90s.
I
So
remember him.
any kind of
Yep.
touchy-feely shit he's on
Hmm.
pulled the last 25 years. Come
Hmm.
on now. You talking about you didn't know or hear about it?
yeah.
Take that.
Come on,
Take
Let
man.
that.
me
The
Take that.
let me
casting,
let.
the
Diddy,
casting
Diddy,
couch has been a thing for decades. So
Yep.
like, yeah, like to the same point, like
No,
how
I'm
many?
saying literally, they were talking about
Mhm.
Diddy doing shit in the
Yep.
90s, man.
Yep. Yep.
And it
Diddy
was
D-
is essentially what everybody thought Suge Knight was.
Yeah,
And
everybody
he
started to say that. Yeah. A bunch of people. I've heard others say. Let me read this and then you got to name it. And Trell says, "Oh, so you doing the bending?" Referencing Four Color Girls Janet Jackson scene, right?
That's
When he told who was that?
Well,
Was
I
that
mean, if one
Omari?
of the two things got to happen.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the term that some people are looking
Because I
for
was
is.
expecting them to say, well, yeah.
Right.
I think you said it wrong, Black Rule. You meant to say yeah. If you remember, like the prison scene from Trading
Yeah.
Places. Yeah.
Yeah. But name
Yeah.
it. Go ahead. You were saying something. Go ahead.
There was a couple of things I would have mentioned. Like sometimes, in some cases, it is coercion. Other times, it is what they call a quid pro quo. That's the term. Also, let's not
That's
forget
what we
that
were going for. Yep.
quid pro quo. You know,
Mhm.
and there's also times where they were like, you know, there's blackmail, there's entrapment. Like was it like Leon was saying? It's just you're just looking for the terminology.
That's okay. That's entrapment versus coercion.
Coercion, quid pro quo.
There's similar ish. No, that's even more. That's way
But
more of a
no,
dichotomy
it's a
though.
fundamental
Yeah,
difference between,
yeah,
because entrapment, you did some shit you wanted to do and was set up for failure. Coercion is an
yeah.
actual effort made to
Hmm.
specifically force you to do something you don't want to do.
Yep. Yeah. And then
Exactly.
there's quid pro quo. So this is where people. Hey, ladies, I'm sorry, ladies, got to do it. Hey, this is where ladies playing this weird ass game where it wasn't quid pro quo, it was entrapment,
right.
right, or coercion, and a lot of times it's quid pro quo when you in your 20s, but when you in
Hmm.
your 40s and life ain't going the way you wanted to, then you jump on some Bill Cosby train to say no, it wasn't quid pro quo, it was actually coercion
Coercion.
or entrapment or just full on EPAR, right? So yeah, go
Oh
ahead,
yeah,
Jimmy.
it was violation as such. I mean, as
Mhm.
far as the Jay-Z thing is like, you know, this goes back to something I remember Patrice O'Neill said about the industry. You got to be affiliated with certain people, and certain times you're gonna be protected. But the thing is, he's gonna owe
Mhm.
eventually. You know, it's a fate because remember, it's like because they say this industry, the entertainment industry, is like the like organized groups, man. You got to be it's like prison. You got to be affiliated with somebody, and even though you owe. If you're in a position where you got to owe somebody, you owe, and you just worry about what is it that I'm gonna owe. That's why certain cats are in certain situations where where you wonder how did he end up here? How
like
did he
Tracy
end up?
Morgan.
Yeah,
Tracy
but
Morgan. Oh, you remember what Tree said about Tracy?
here's a question for on that level. Is it not quid pro quo? Is it not like is it not I know something about you, you know something about me.
It's
I
more
think
like,
I mean,
listen,
I don't know if we go.
it's like you may know something about them, but who has the more power? You know, so who has the
Yeah,
control over
power.
the media? You know what I mean?
Yep.
who's got more
Well, look,
influence?
the
I
Who's
think
got
it's one of
entertainment
connected?
those things
business.
coming in where it's almost kind of like an initiation where it's like you do a bunch of dirt together so that I know that I can trust you, because your trust isn't so much a moral thing at that point. It's that, hey nigga, you rat me out, I got some shit I can rat you out with too. We can all go down in this motherfucker. That's kind of
Mutually
how I
assured
see it.
A
destruction
huge,
of terms. Go ahead.
I mean, a huge part of the issue with the entertainment it's an intangible, it's an art and intangible business. A lot of it is based on perception. A lot of things are manufactured or can be manufactured by virtue of the extent to which certain prominent forces are willing to back and promote uh, one entity over another. And so you don't have a thing. Look, I'm not going to try to backdoor a surgeon because I need that surgeon to do that actual surgery. So I'm not going to fuck with that surgeon. But whether I can make you a star, you a star, you a star, I can make anybody I want a damn star in most cases. Most of y'all ain't Michael Jackson. Like some real kind of most of y'all ain't Prince, right? Where you have like this phenomenal talent. Now, most people are, talented, but okay, I can promote this or I can promote that or other. So which one of y'all gonna get on y'all knees? Because I gotta break the tie somehow.
Yep.
And the way I'm most interested in breaking the tie is my thing getting wet. Because you can't offer me no money. What are you gonna offer me? So a lot of this is about you have nothing else to trade but some tail. Like literally. You have nothing in that business. The people who coming in, the desperate 18, 19, in some cases 16 years olds coming in, what else do you have to trade? What?
And that's the quid pro quo. But then once again, that person who makes a conscious decision, and this is why I'm really starting to hate this conversation about the power differential that the ladies are starting to do, because what they're doing is, with the power differential conversation, is I'm gonna claim coerced even though I made a conscious choice. I weighed it. I thought about it. I thought about it a lot. There's a pun in there, right? And I decided to, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna sign up for that. Yeah, I'm gonna take my chances. And I wake up at 38, 45 years old, 52 years old. Things ain't turned out the way I wanted them to, and now I'm gonna claim coercion or something else, right?
Oh
and
yeah,
and I think that's, to me, yeah, because what Black Guru said is 100% correct. What do you have to trade? What do you have to offer? Inherently, those people know they don't, so they trade for what's the going rate for this, right? Can I get some opportunity for this? They make a conscious choice, right? But then they come back
There
20
are
years later
more
and claim
pretty
something else. Go ahead.
there are more pretty people, more people who can sing, more people who can act than will ever have the opportunity to sing, dance, or be pretty. There are few. There are, over the course of the earth. If we were to create some market of beauty or markers of beauty on a scale from 1 to 10, even if only 1% of the people are genuinely beautiful, you're still talking about hundreds of millions of people.
Yep.
You don't have hundreds of millions of acting roles. You don't have hundreds of millions of modeling roles. You don't have hundreds of millions of hip hop artists or whatever roles.
DJs.
Yeah.
Or look at this way.
You're going to be in a situation where you got to trade something. Now, if you are a nepo baby, maybe you can get past some of that stuff. You're Michael Douglas or something like that. Maybe you can get past some of that stuff, or you are extremely wealthy and connected to the point in which, you don't want to fuck with the son, like those two girls, the Mora girls.
Maury.
Mora. One of them was in the Tattoo movie.
More.
You know, it was a lot of nudity in the movie with the James Bond guy.
You mean I think I know which movie you're talking about. Let me look it up.
Their grandfather,
Girl with the dragon tattoo.
Their grandfather, one grandfather owns the Steelers, the other grandfather owns the Giants. So you're not gonna mess with them girls. Them girls ain't gonna have a casting couch.
You think Denzel's son?
Yeah, one of them was in that, and the other one was in the that got thrown into the train in the series on Netflix with Spacey.
Yeah, the big guy.
Homegirl. Oh, okay.
Girls are sisters.
Yeah, okay. I know. Okay.
Great grandfathers or grandfathers founded the Steelers and the Giants.
Okay.
In fact, their name, one of them is Rooney Mara. Mara is the owner of the Giants, and Rooney is the owner of the Steelers. So
real quick, yo.
Mess with them.
That's a power couple for your ass.
So you're not gonna mess with them because they come from billionaires.
You talking about Homegirl that was the little side piece to what's his name on Game of Thrones? Not Game of Thrones, but House of Cards.
Cat Mara. You're talking about Cat Mara. The other one is Rooney Mara. Kate Mara and
they're
Rooney Mara.
sisters, and they're from NFL royalty, from the Steelers and the Giants.
Let me look for.
You're not gonna mess, and I just used them to say you're not gonna mess with them because of you know they're gonna get every opportunity. If they want to be actresses, they're gonna get every opportunity to be actors.
But you're right, Uru. They got to break the tie some type of way.
Right. Yeah. So they probably don't get on a casting couch, but 99.9% of everybody else do.
By the way, the movie you're talking about, Black Uru, it's actually an American adaptation of a Swedish movie called The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
I would have never thought that. Yeah, I know exactly when I watched that movie.
Because she was letting it all hang out in that movie. I thought that was very interesting.
Y'all should have seen the.
It's crazy. Yeah, she was a little petite ass assassin with a lot of tattoos.
Both of them were letting it all hang out. Because they also letting it all hang out in
with Spacey. Yep.
There was a movie
for those of you that know,
in the 90s.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a movie in the 90s about a chick with an assassin. Gina Davis was in that. I can't remember it.
Charlie Baltimore.
No,
Samuel Jackson.
Yeah. What was it called?
It's the Long Kiss Goodnight.
That one, yes.
Charlie Baltimore was a character.
That was a good one, yeah.
The Raj Report is very pure individual. I have not seen none of these movies with all this nakedness.
Get the hell out of here! Get out of here!
First of all, let's get some straight. Let's get some straight about Roger here. He got his degree in economics from the Kanye West University, okay? which is why he's such a certified asshole. I thought there would never be a bigger asshole in Chicago than this nigga, but then again, Roger, it's all love. It's all love.
The college dropout plan to becoming a billionaire.
Right?
It's because I dropped out. I didn't see these movies either. You know, I'm pure.
You're pure. You pure.
For a shoulder.
You pure bullshit. You pure bullshit.
Seriously, there. You know, I mean.
Game of Thrones is a great show, by the way, everyone. Y'all got to see it. Go ahead.
That industry was started based on the casting couch.
May I interrupt for a second?
What's that?
By all means.
Go.
You said Game of Thrones. I heard Game of Thrones was good up until like the 5th or 6th season.
Yeah, it started getting meh.
What happened to it? I never actually watched it. What happened? Don't tell me. I'll watch it for myself.
I'm not spoiling anything, but it went beyond the source material, and George R.R. Martin just gave them story points. So it went from like this fluid story going from event to just like, all right, and cool shit happens, and then people talking, and cool shit happens.
Also, what happened, if I recall, the two showrunners, I don't remember the names of these two guys that were showrunners. I think they were negotiating, or they got some deal. I think it was with Netflix, or maybe it was Amazon, and they became distracted by that deal, and so they kind of took their focus off of the series. And because it took so long to do each season, that's what really kind of screwed up, you know. In fact, if I recall correctly, it wasn't really supposed to go past 6 seasons. But because they were making so much money off of it,
you're right.
you
I
know,
remember that. Yeah,
it kind of,
they forced the season.
They stretched it out. Yeah.
No, it was a great show. Like I like it. Yeah.
So basically they Jurassic Parked it. Like, you know, you had the first 3 Jurassic Parks, and you had the Jurassic World bullshit, and then Dominion and all that crap.
And sometimes that money be calling.
Yeah. By the way, I gotta mention this. Since we're talking about like what you're willing to do to make it. 2 things come to mind when I think about it. The first one was, if y'all remember, Eddie Murphy's portrayal of Rudy Ray Moore, aka Dolomite.
Yeah.
Throughout the movie, you always hear him say, "I'll do anything to make it." Anything? Think about that, folks. Anything?
And they made him a homosexual.
Yeah. And with that, I also got to remember Dave Chappelle, when he did his interview inside the actor studio, when he mentioned something his father told him.
I remember that.
About make it. So he said about make it. His father told him, always name your price in the beginning. And if things get more expensive than the price you named, get out. Meaning, you got to decide right then and there what you're willing to sacrifice, and if it's the right sacrifice to make. And if they're asking you to sacrifice more, then you got to be willing to walk away. Get in, get out, nobody gets hurt. I mean, think about it. Like everybody was talking about, you know, when we knew his contract, everybody said like the 50 million, everything. Like you said, I didn't walk away from 50 million. I walked away from the circumstances around that 50 million. Yeah, he had creative control, but that didn't mean they didn't have any strings attached. That didn't mean there were some things in there in that contract. And he probably can't even say it. That's why he mentioned in the Bird Revelation comedy special. If you checked on Netflix, when he talked about the story of Iceberg Slim, he was using that to explain what happened to him. Why?
Okay, we go too far in the weeds, Damon. We go too far in the weeds.
I'm done.
This is
look,
way too far in the weeds. Go ahead.
I remember his interview with Oprah. He was talking about this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He said he didn't get to mourn his father. You think they had something to do with it, with all this sacrifice type stuff that they talk about?
He mentioned that also in the inside the actor studio.
I'm gonna say you just got to be real with yourself. If a black man walk away from $50 million, there's all kinds of stuff up in that contract.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hell,
That's
even
he did speak to that too. By the way, he did speak to that. The fact that like there's certain things that he was supposed to be helped with. Pretty much, if he would have signed yes to that, all the stuff that others are supposed to do, he would have had to eat all of it. It's pretty much a one-man show at that point, almost. That's what he was saying. So yeah,
I don't even need to know the details to make a black man walk away from $50 million. It's something wrong. Point, but I don't need to know no details. It's obviously something wrong.
Yep.
You know, that should be extremely apparent to any black man who ain't got $50 million. It should be extremely apparent. It's a lot of wrong stuff in that contract.
I remember Oprah dismissively and in an insulting way said to him, "You sound kind of paranoid." Immediately he looked at it and said, "Well, first of all, what's a black man without his paranoia intact?" Think about that, folks.
I think at that point you're supposed to dismiss Oprah. If a black man say he walks away from $50 million and you dismiss him, I got to dismiss you.
Yeah.
And that's how
you don't make sense.
That's how
I have never seen a black man benefit from being interviewed by Oprah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've only seen them be harmed by that shit. Michael Jackson, Tyson, any of them guys. I've only seen them be harmed.
Chris Rock with the good hair.
Wait. There's the only time I ever see Oprah is when they gotta be bowing and scraping. Shout out to Steve Harvey. You gotta be smoozing and moving. You have to be bowing and. Steve Harvey is the only time I seen Oprah not go full on attack mode on a goddamn black man for real.
But
Especially
did
when
she
she
help
blew
him?
up. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
because
yeah.
But
because
did
Wait
she
a
help
Steve
him?
second.
Yeah.
Steve Harvey was down with the bullshit. Steve Harvey
Yep,
talking about
yep.
this the money game.
But
This
did
ain't the race game. This the money
did
game.
she help him though? The
Wait,
thing is, Steve
No.
Harvey
I
going on
mean,
Oprah was a long
No,
way from
hold up.
Steve's success.
Wait
in
a second. Wait
fact,
a
she
second.
was supposed to initially have been the executive producer of his talk show years before he actually did a talk show, and it actually fell through.
I wonder why.
The thing I like to make a quick juxtaposition. Dave Chappelle had the integrity to walk away from $50 million. Oprah didn't have the integrity to push away $1 million check.
yeah.
I mean, that is saying it's a whole lot right there. That's saying a
Well,
whole lot.
let's be real.
Oprah told you.
Let's be real.
Oprah
Black
told.
women
Go
are
ahead.
not held to any standards of integrity, and we saw the ultimate example of this the past few months here. They are not held to any standards of integrity. You cannot be a black man, either black or black-ish black man. Barack Obama could not have pulled the bullshit that that woman pulled.
Yeah.
So when you talk about standards, integrity, and honor, please don't mention no black woman. It don't exist. They don't exist in the same reality. And it's not even to insult, because there are women, black women, who actually operate with some degree of honor and integrity, but they're not held to the standards of such. They're just not in general. No.
Yeah. No, but I wanted to. Oprah already told you. She knew, and it's the same thing. I think. Who was she being interviewed by? The white woman. I forgot her name. But Oprah already told you. She knew she was in a looker, so she knew she had to get it on her own. She knew she was in a looker, and when you hear. Say that again?
I don't know about that.
That was a good decision. No, Oprah was a fatty.
Wait. Everyone, wait a minute. I gotta ask Better You. Goddamn Better You in the hot seat. Better You, what is up with you and the Oprahs and the goddamn Donna Brazils?
It's an AARP card. It's an AARP card.
I have seen Oprah.
He got a look from Adam.
Oprah in person in the 90s when she was relatively slim. I saw her in person. She actually looked pretty nice. And she had beautiful hair.
Yeah, she regular as black. Well, she was not. That's an excuse. She's talking about she's so butt ugly she to get it on her own.
How many?
The knock on Oprah was that she was fat. That was a major knock on Oprah.
Let's get that straight. She was ugly. That's the best products that money can buy.
She wasn't ugly.
But she was never a hideous woman.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Oprah was ever hideous. No, she was never hideous.
We use ugly loose as hell.
Yeah.
Most.
I think I looked at Oprah as extra average to me. There was nothing ugly about her. There was nothing extremely ugly about her. She wasn't a looker either. So she was
okay.
In fact, when I saw her in person, the only thing that, and it's just probably a function of her what she does, is her skin was bad, or it looked. You could see, on television you can't really see because the lighting is coordinated with the makeup and everything. But when I saw her in person, her skin didn't look.
Yeah, that's all them drinking after the shows. She get
that, and just all that heavy makeup and you got the lighting and all that. That kind of cooks the skin.
But in case Oprah ever decided to sue any of you niggas, all I'm saying is Oprah was fat. I hadn't even heard nobody say she was ugly. She was just fat. No. Fat is documented.
Yeah,
you
herself was documented as being fat.
Yeah, so she can't get me. She was just a fatty, and that's it. Other than that, she just you just not looking because she a fatty at the end of the day. That's all it was.
When she used to slim down, she would not be the chick you noticed and said, "No, she weak as hell." If she slimmed
Nah,
down,
No,
we
you
walk.
just keep walking. That's
Yeah.
all you see.
Yeah.
You just keep walking.
But
You don't call her
but
ugly.
you
I'm
wouldn't
not gonna
have
slander my
looked
baby
at
mama like
her
that,
and like cringed her.
That's my
No,
point.
Yeah.
no. Yeah, never. No.
Yeah, nobody ever
No.
called her ugly that I can even remember from any type of public
She
standpoint. I
doesn't
don't
do it
ever
for
remember her
anybody.
being called ugly. She was just called fat, and she knew she was fat, and that's why she struggled with it for a while.
She
Yeah,
was
that's
just
fact.
thick. She was just a little thick.
Missy
Now, if Oprah
Not
somehow
thick.
sees
Missy
this,
Not
Elliott
thick.
was
This nigga
fat.
said thick. No, nigga, ain't nobody say nothing about no
Yeah,
thick.
nobody
Ain't
said that.
nobody say nothing about no thick.
The only thing thick about
Oprah.
Oprah was her ice cream.
hey, Oprah, if you
But
see this,
better you should be the
just know
poster
I'm
child
young and I
of
got a
she
good
just
back,
needs a little
baby.
bit of straightening. Right? See, I knew it. I knew it. Better,
Black women in business.
right?
Better, better
Better
you
you.
Better you.
try to jockey for position. That's what better you
Yeah,
on.
for real. Literally jockey for
Hey,
position. Literally.
But you said you
I
niggas
was
Better
born,
you.
but I got to get these bills
you
paid
said you
somehow.
niggas
Better you like she gonna die at some point. She gonna die at
Thank
some
you.
point.
y'all better try to
Telescope,
This
wait, real
thing.
quick, y'all. Real quick. And Telescope says Oprah looked like everybody's extra regular third grade teacher. There you go. That's all. Just regular.
Oh.
Just regular.
I mean,
Average.
better
He ain't
you.
lying. He ain't lying. He
Yeah.
ain't lying.
Yo, better you. You got, if you're gonna step up to her, make sure you got better game than Tracy Morgan. Because from what I said, Tracy had a chance. He fucked her up real bad. No, he was joking about it. He
Yeah,
joked about that. He joked about hitting that.
All the entertainers say that. What's his name? MJG said if I had Oprah Winfrey, I would marry her and keep her. Yeah.
Ain't nobody
That's a rapper.
Everybody got an Oprah joke.
Ain't none of them Negroes light skinned did enough for Oprah.
You see what I'm saying?
and they crack them jokes, but you ain't never seen none of them try it either. Ain't not one of them tried it.
Oprah probably extremely insufferable though. I can only imagine how much of a
Ask Stedman.
A black woman with billions of dollars, you think?
Right.
How could she just not be a peach?
Right.
I'm sure she has a wonderful personality.
This thing.
I think I know why better you thinking that way. I think I know why better you thinks that way.
Because she gonna die at some point. That's
No,
all.
not just that.
You know what?
Not just that.
I'll be honest with you, better you. I'll be scared that she have a little clause set up that when she die, they're gonna kill you too, man.
Right. Hey,
Yeah,
like the Egyptians, throw him in the grave with me. Like the Egyptians, right?
No, that'd be the Vikings. That's the Vikings.
And bury you in
The
a
Egyptians
coffin
did the
at
same
her
thing.
feet.
The Egyptians did the same thing, Naaman.
You sure?
And her wealth gonna go to a dog. Watch what I think. It's gonna be a dog that Oprah gonna be done had for the last year or so, and the dog gonna get the fortune.
That she done named after Better You.
Oh man. But no, it did. Let me finally read this. And Black Wealth and Power says, the small hats don't do anything for free. Jay will owe them at a later date. The small hats turn on Michael Jackson and at one point. What do the small hats want from Jay that they can't get anywhere else?
Jay is in the
as
negative.
long as Jay can operate as a regulating force amongst other black folks, they'll keep him forever.
Yeah.
As long as he's willing to continue to do it.
Jay is in the negative with the small hats. He owed them so much shit. This is just another ad, a scoop of favors he owed them. So he ain't
That's true, but like I say, to the extent, there's a reason why the NFL put him over that entertainment stuff, because they consider him to be a regulating force over the potential ire of the Negro mass. That's what they consider.
It definitely would be. If they was to cut him from that entertainment position because of this, it would actually hurt the brand. And it's a lot of black players in the NFL, obviously. Yeah. So they weighed the consequences of it. Because if they
but if it was like some real shit that they could identify, oh no, they cut his ass loose now.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see how far they, Diddy can come up with some tapes.
Yeah, they was cutting Diddy ass with the quickness. They wasn't.
I'm just gonna say.
Immediately.
Excuse me.
They already.
Kanye went from what, like? Kanye went from something like what $3-4 billion to $400 million in like a couple of weeks.
Kanye shit was actually
this was overnight.
unprecedented. Like Kanye didn't really do anything. He did some social violation, and then they formed like Megatron to cut his ass. Like it wasn't a joke.
No, Kanye was brave enough to say what Negroes have not publicly said in his position.
And crazy enough.
He was profoundly dangerous to them. He was profoundly dangerous.
They exposed themselves
because he was one of the few. What the rest of us say in quiet behind closed doors, that dude was saying that shit in public and was naming names. He wasn't even just saying the J's. He was saying specific J names.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that.
What was different about him is they usually can like have plausible deniability that you violate, like Diddy. They can say, "Oh yeah, we cut in relationships with you because you got caught up with a legal violation, making our brand look bad." With Kanye, he like you saying, Uru, just said the quiet part out loud, and they really punished him just equivalent as if he got caught with tapes.
And that's why it's such an effort to say he crazy, because he not. Notice
that's
Kanye,
why everybody calls him crazy. That's why in any media you see he crazy Kanye, crazy.
Because what Kanye did is what a lot of people don't do. Kanye got called to the carpet and kept going. You ain't see him slow down at all. So they gotta say he crazy. You know,
consider this though. Like real talk. If the media paints him as he's crazy, and everybody says this guy's crazy, he ain't taking meds and all kinds of shit, then why are you trying to hold him to the same account as somebody who's sane?
Good point too.
My thing is he got to be the most sanest man in the room, or everybody wouldn't be instantly calling him crazy. He got to be the sanest one. And again, he took, however we think it is, he the one took the hit on the chin and kept going. When you a billionaire and then all of a sudden you reduce to $400 million in like within 2 days, and you keep going.
It went to 50 million.
No, I'm saying who keeps going? Usually that's gonna humble everybody else.
He stood on principle. It's a lost art. Some people don't have the integrity and the intestinal fortitude to stand on principle. Some people put the dollar before their principle. He didn't.
Let me read this because this is a very interesting comment. I've heard this before. And Landon says Oprah lost weight and her white female viewers fell off. Wow.
Yeah, because they lost their mammy.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's why I highlighted it.
They were hurt. They were hurt. Their feelings was hurt when Oprah lost the weight. I remember that shit.
She wasn't meeting income mama standard requirements for the white population, so they dumped her.
So wait, so are we saying that white women, they don't respect a black woman unless she's the mammy type? Then what is it? They don't want her competing with
McDaniels.
Let me get into that because I actually this is what we have to have a real conversation eventually in this society, because actually piling on white men is a whole lot easier than being honest about white women. White women feel a whole lot of status threat too. Be very clear. White women can't stand them Asian women because they coming for their man. And ain't nothing a white women hate more than being in the room with a highly attractive black woman.
Oh no.
They hate it. It chapped their ass.
And Mrs. Z, you have to remember, like when you talk about the definitions of beauty, what's white, it's brunette, skinny, nice tits, or blonde, thin, and they all look the same. So there's only like 2 styles of white women that are accepted. When you talk about black women, there's a spectrum. She can be an earthy chick, she can be a bougie chick, she can be a hood rat, she can be this, she can be that, and throughout that she's accepted for that beauty. So white women hate that they don't have that spectrum of beauty that's accepted. It's pretty much general with them. Brunette hair or blonde hair, thin, green or blue eyes.
With
red.
Big fake tits. Don't forget that part.
Well, the big tits are important, but they're not really that important. Like, unless she's trying to get attention, they can get it off just being a certain weight and body type, and they automatically get it because they try to keep that standard of whiteness.
In the 70s, it was very important.
But surely there are plenty of white women with full figures and blonde hair, blue eyes, and
Yeah,
green
but
eyes.
they're not the ideal white woman though. The idea
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a there the Leon is actually true right about this. The ideal, the beauty standard of white women right now is Margot Robbie. I'm choosing her. I keep on saying her name because that's the it chick right now. She's the one for at least right now. You know how white women do. You know they switch them out every few years. So she'll be the
Especially
one
with
for
that
another
Aussie
couple years,
accent.
and they're gonna switch her out, right? Say it again.
Especially with that Aussie accent of hers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so is she gonna be the chick for a couple, for a few more years, and then they'll switch her out for another one? They switch out the blue-eyed blonde chicks once every about 5-7 years.
It's
Aussie
They
accent.
be the
good.
it one for about
Aussie
five
accent.
to seven
She's
years. Go ahead.
Australian.
She
She
good till about 30 years
Margot
old. Once
Robbie is
once she hit,
Australian. That's correct.
yeah,
Oh
once she
shit.
hit 30 years old, they gonna change white women on
So
her.
I think she
And
already.
and
I think she already
Margot
older than 30. I think
Margot
she older than that already. But yeah, but still.
Margot Robbie is basically like the female Mel Gibson.
Why you say that? Oh
That's
well,
one way.
Mel
probably
Gibson
not
was
as
well.
talented,
Yeah.
Mel
but
Mel Gibson puts on an American accent, but this motherfucker from what, Australia or some shit? New
No.
Zealand? Whatever.
He grew up. No. He's American, but he did grow up in Australia for a time,
Okay.
the thing about
and he
Oprah is
started
you
and
can't
he
be
started his
rich.
acting in Australia. Go
You
ahead.
can't be rich, have a good talk show that's getting a bunch of ratings, and then be skinny too. That's really what it was. White women ain't cool
As
with
a
that.
black
You can't.
woman.
But
Yeah.
If you
I
fat,
will say this
okay.
about Margot Robbie.
Mhm.
She's the only woman, at least as of late. I mean, there have been some in the past, but she's the only woman that her look does hold you for a period of time. You know, most of them chicks in Hollywood, they all kind of look alike. They all kind of interchangeable. You don't really know one from the other. But she does have a particular look and an energy that stands out. You know,
Shit.
I'll give her that one.
All these buckle looking like to me.
If I get anywhere close to Margot Robbie, I'ma know it. Real talk. I'm just saying.
Hey, look, hey,
Is the police gonna know it too?
And then, oh yeah, let me add.
you gonna know it, and I'm gonna knock her up.
Then you add on Latino women or Hispanic women and what they're allowed to do to garner the eyes of white men. It's not white women
Yeah,
hate
that's a
that
fact.
they have to be in this thin veil of what they was considered beautiful. It's like you see white girls now, they're more embracing having a little bit more booty, but they're doing it because more white guys are dealing with different races of women. So they
Salma
see
Hayek,
something in
anyone?
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
Or
it's
Rosalind
just interesting
Sanchez?
how it works with white women because it's such a thin idea of whiteness. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Well,
interesting.
you can credit that to the brothers changed that. The hip hoppers did that.
Yes. Yep.
You know, the
Yep.
hip hoppers
Sir
added
Mix-a-Lot?
ass to the American zeitgeist.
Sir Mix-a-Lot, anybody? Baby got back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
You know what's crazy about Baby Got Back is like back then it was like when you look at the women back then it's like there's a certain body type, but now it's like it
exaggerated,
like, expanded to like to like
they got too much
extra
back.
thick, like that. Yeah, it's like
wait, say that again, Raj. Wait. Say that again, Raj. And what?
No, they got too much back. That's all.
There you go.
Way too much.
Ain't no such thing, man.
Too much back. Too much back handles.
Here we go. Just like how you were saying it, let me say this because I got to make it a double entendre. You're right that it expanded. The women expanded, and the term expanded for Baby Got Back. What we're dealing with now is men were being nice and men were trying to get easy pussy, and niggas started calling fat thick. Niggas started calling that, and so now what we have now is a whole lot of women calling themselves rest in peace, Kevin. A whole lot of women calling themselves juicy. Bitches look like a goddamn bowling ball.
She's
and
real
I'm gonna
fun.
say you niggas that call fat women thick, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Real talk.
Well,
you ought to be ashamed of
It
yourselves.
ain't me. It ain't me. I can say that. It ain't me.
Well,
It ain't-
to his credit, the late great Kevin Samuels, he tried to expose that shit when he was asking them chicks what was their dress sizes. Because their dress size really tell you how big a hoe is. It really do. If you pay attention to it. Because they would say I'm a size 10, and then he would ask them how much they weigh, and then they would be like 180, and I know enough about female dress sizes. You is not gonna get no 180 damn pounds in a size 10 dress. That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
You should have asked for the measurements while he was at it.
And I'm gonna say where
Kevin
Thick
was like,
came from, because I was there when Thick got made up. I was actually there when we turned it into a term. You know what I'm saying? I was there. Thick ain't never included no fat bras. Real talk.
No, but you're right, Raj. What I'm saying is, brothers, because of trying to make the big girls feel better, including and no, she big, bro, she thick, the fat girls got included into that. I'm not saying they really are. I'm saying they got included into thick because niggas want an easy pussy from fat girls.
No. I'm not saying you wrong, but I was literally there when it was explained to women. Your stomach is bigger than your titties. This don't work.
Yeah.
What was it that
what would you say? Is there a discernible waistline? If you can't see no damn waistline, nigga, that chick is fat.
Roger don't like no poopers.
No,
I remember
it ain't that, bro. You just are what you are at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm not trying to rag on you for being fat. You cool with being fat, but take what come with it. That's all. Take what come with it.
And to emphasize what we were saying about the weight thing, you see this with Lizzo losing weight, and like I wouldn't be surprised because I recall a year or so ago when rumors were that she was losing a little bit of weight, and a bunch of her people, they started getting on her, like really chastising her for losing the weight because of the quote unquote male gaze. So you see how these people like try to keep the women in check by somehow say, so you care about men's opinion now? Is she a heterosexual woman? Wait. If she's a heterosexual woman, then she should. Go ahead, Black Rule. Go ahead.
I guess Lizzo thinks she done made fuck you money. Cause it's not like men were really supporting her, and a lot of that was this kind of girl power, fat power bullshit. So what's gonna happen when she is a slim goody? I don't think her career is gonna be as strong.
Oh well,
I think Lizzo doing the right thing because
Wait, y'all. Let AL say that because real quick. Because he AL with his goddamn same muffled ass tone. We can't hear you, AL. Go ahead. You gotta say it one more time. Say it one more time.
What do you call it? Girl power and fat power.
Say that.
I mean, my thing is this.
And then you got to Leon after this. Go ahead.
Some stuff done had to get into her ear because I remember one time I was on somebody else's channel and somebody asked me about what Lizzo looked like, and I honestly said she's too fat. I haven't noticed because I never really look at her face.
Why
She's just
I feel like
big.
I heard you say that. Was it my panel?
You said that on your show, Roger. You just said that on
the first time I said, I think I was actually on LAR. I think it was LAR show. The first time I said,
I feel like I heard you. Yeah, I heard you say that.
But I'm
Are you sure you would say that on my show, nigga? Are you sure you would say that on my show?
No, what I'm saying though, I'm broke in comparison to her. And if a broke guy is saying stuff like that about, like, I don't even care what she look like. I couldn't recognize Lizzo walking down the street when I said that. I really couldn't recognize her. I knew she was talented. I know what song she made that she blew up on. I knew the song was out for 2-3 years, and then all of a sudden it kind of took off. And she was so fat that I couldn't even look at what she looked like because I just didn't care. You were too fat for me to even look at your face and care. That has to sting when women hear stuff like that on the regular. Because I ain't saying she heard me say it. You never know. But you know what I'm saying? When guys start speaking of a rich woman like that, that's got to be extremely painful for them. Extremely painful. Broke dudes wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole. I'm talented and I'm rich. And these guys talking about I'm too fat to even be concerned what I look like. That's got to sting to a woman.
And that is what women are fighting for. They want a lot of it is why
y'all need to stop hitting each other. Cut it out over at Leon's house.
Right? Why does the fat rich black dude, fat rich white dude, why can he still pull? And me on the other hand, I could pull, but I gotta pay a lot.
Well, the fat dude is paying too.
Yeah, but Lizzo gonna really have to pay though, because how much would Lizzo have to give you to actually be seen with her?
To be seen with her.
To be seen with her without a grimace.
bro. And to hit it would be a whole different price. Let's just keep that real. To hit it would be a whole different
To
price.
be honest with you, Roger, it'd be easier for me to hit than to be seen with.
Yeah, because you ain't got to tell nobody. I
Because
get
that, you know, it's one thing, some shit done in the dark, man. You don't want that shit seen in the light.
And that's why I said that's why I said to be seen with her, to make it public.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Leon.
I think when we talk about, I think when we talk about it,
that down.
I think when we talk about it,
damn. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Leon.
Go. No, read it.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm reading it afterward. Go ahead, Leon.
Okay.
All right. So we have to remember what body positivity was made for. It was made for branding deals to make women feel good about themselves. And what it turned into is some bullshit. To where this is beautiful, and it was about brand deals and making bigger women and women of other body shapes feel good about themselves. So they started selling them better outfits because, you know, if you want to make money, you sell to all women. You can't have them in them little dumb, ugly outfits.
Moo-moos.
You know, yeah, the moo-moos.
You mean like the fat Ivory soap commercials or whatever? Yeah, all the fat chicks in the Ivory soap commercials.
I was little when they were selling soap. It was the clothes I had a problem with.
That's the whole point. The clothes. They were selling clothes because it started with Victoria's Secret, and they started pushing the body positivity. And what you saw was transgender clothes, fat women clothes, instead of having them little ugly shirts that, you know, your t-shirt wears.
Well,
and,
so from my understanding, what even the stuff that's not marketed to men, that's marketed to women, the body, what women want to see themselves in more flattering clothes and stuff, even if that's not how she's built.
Yeah.
And so when they include different kind of shapes, the women actually respond kind of like the men. The same thing with the men. We might have a gun on us. We don't necessarily want to see the brother walking around with the suit with the gun and sloppy and whatever, right? So human beings want to see something maybe to aspire to. The average person want to see something to aspire to, even if they're not actually on that journey. So when you put in the heavy sets, whatever the hell, or it doesn't sell. It doesn't sell.
If my shirt got more material than your drawers, you don't need to be in Victoria's Secret. Simple as that.
Yeah. Or Forever 21.
Right. But finish up with that, Leon, and then we get Naaman.
Yeah, that's all I was saying, and just watching how they like manipulated the situation, like these people were important when they were selling a product, selling women clothes to feel good about themselves while they attempt to live their life. You know what I'm saying? But they turned it into this Lizzo thing where beauty is this and beauty is that. No, this is to make you feel better about yourself. Like this, it's not fair that all the models are skinny women. They want to see a woman in a nice outfit that's 300 pounds on a poster. You know what I'm saying? Like half these body positivity girls that were white, they end up having heart attacks and stuff. trying to maintain that weight. And it was funny. They're like, you know, it's my brand. It's crazy.
The thing is too. Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
To Roger's point earlier, I really do believe it is the rejection that caused her to start that weight loss journey. Because if you remember, she threw herself at, who was it? Chris Evans. Captain America.
Chris Evans. Yep.
At several different guys who I will say they let her down very softly, but the message was clear: we don't want you.
Hey, wait. Better you. There's something very important that you said it, but you ain't say it though. She threw herself at them white boys, the good-looking rich white boys, and she got rejected like all them sisters do.
But here's the thing: she didn't have a chance with Chris Evans. If she was fine as hell, she didn't have a chance with Chris Evans because she's black.
Yeah,
he's not into black.
He done pipe the sister too. By his marital choice.
Thank you. Yep. And by the way, quiet as kept, Black Uru, that broke a lot of their heart because they know he dated black girl before. And then, thank you.
He played that liberal black girl magic bullshit on their ass. And then he went and got him a white woman.
And the most open kept secret is a lot of them white boys do that shit to their ass.
Oh yeah. And he was a proper portrayer connoisseur of poon now on black poon, because he it's some stuff of him being out there on them streets, but he wasn't gonna marry none of them.
Yep.
But that's where you gotta have your
like that.
dignity and your own pride. I would throw myself at Janet Jackson at a time. And if Janet Jackson reject me, that I'm just getting what I expected. I'm just throwing myself at the off chance she'll say yes. So my thing is, you don't throw yourself at people expecting a yes like it's really gonna come unless you're really in that mode. If you're not rich, you don't throw yourself at rich sister in general. Like it's just not a cool thing to do if you think it's really gonna work. Well, now if it's a sister, you never know. But in general, you don't expect it to work.
No, but what she thought was this is the difference between men and women. What she thought was a hope was, and it was a Hail Mary pass. But what she was hoping was, because he was doing all that liberal and he was promoting BLM and all that kind of shit, just on some charity shit, he might bite. That's what she was hoping for. And that's what she was trying to do.
Black Guru, you gotta keep wait, Rush. We gotta keep going all the way with that, Black Guru. That he would bite and she would be able to bring him to the deep end of a relationship. It would start off on some easy sex shit. On some situationship, on some media.
Even if it was just a smash thing, if he was willing to go public with her, that's a fucking victory.
That's my point.
If she could have just been public with him, appear at the Laker games with him or some shit like that, that's a major victory.
And
now she can start naming her price.
He takes Lizzo to the Oscars.
Oh man! And here's the thing. Okay, so they fizzle out. Wait, real quick. They fizzle real quick. You got it right. They fizzle out.
Thor that took her to the Oscars. That was Thor.
No. It wasn't Thor. It was no. No one took her to the Oscars. What we're saying is, if this would have been her and Chris Evans, because remember she shot her shot at Chris Evans twice, got rejected twice nicely. So. What she would be able to do if something she could have made something of that. It's not about him in particular. Everything after him, she could start trying to name her price for them white boys after the fact. No. And that was just going to be a thing.
If Lizzo could have pulled it off, these fat bitches would have been insufferable, man. Y'all would have been having a problem out here on these streets. Captain America, the divested thing would be way out of control right now.
On that note, let me read this. And 414 says, "Bring back easy fat girls." Hashtag BBEFG. Bring back easy fat girls.
I mean, if a fat girl ain't easy, really, what's the point?
Hey, bro. Say that. Go ahead, name it, and then you got Rocco. Go ahead.
I mean, this whole thing about Lizzo getting with it. First of all, I know some people I know some heavy set women, from back in the day, and one of them, has a white dude. She's with a white guy, but he's like average looking. So the best bet, a lot of them is the average ones. You're not going to get the top tier ones. Even Lizzo,
the average.
prime example. Even average, if you're lucky.
Give me an average looking white chick any day of the week.
I said average looking. No, I said average looking white guy with a heavy set black woman.
Black woman. Yeah.
Rocky.
Yeah, that's a thing. I see it.
You're not paying attention to what I'm saying.
Like, not when I say that, I don't mean that's a thing like in numbers, but I see a couple of heavier set sisters with.
Is that
no.
No.
In Norway,
Where?
I've seen. No, I said stateside, and anywhere else in certain parts of the world, I've seen black men. I say white men with black women, and usually they weren't heavy set. They were healthy looking or whatnot. But I've seen. But
no, we're saying yes to that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just. I don't see a whole lot of average looking white dudes with fat women.
Yeah, it's rare. That's what I'm trying to say. It's rare.
I don't see that.
If they do, and I said in the rare chance that a heavy set black woman gets a white dude, usually like an average size. He's like average.
A white guy gotta be damn near in his grave to be with
ugly as hell, just cool, goofy, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Bro, I ain't never seen that.
That's a white man that's just about at death's door. Because white men don't like fat white women.
That's true.
So a fat black woman?
Yeah, she
It's
gave him a
just,
kidney or something.
yeah.
Because I ain't never seen it. I
I'm
just ain't
just
never
trying,
seen it.
as you were talking, I'm trying to recall in the recesses of my memory. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I know I ain't seen it.
Man.
I ain't even seen one on TV.
Well, we got the Gabby Sidibe, and he seems like a kind of, like a
Double-breasted
Oh, you
eBay,
know
yeah.
what? Yeah, Gabby Sidibe, but
And
look
she's
at the
exotic. And
money
she's
she
for
had.
African.
No,
She's
no, no.
African.
She got a lot of money. That was
She
clearly an
paying,
investment.
and he is alternative. Is some kind of Irish going on about
Some kind of arrangement.
it.
I'll
Which
just
is
say this.
okay, whatever everybody agreed to, not speaking.
Whatever
again,
rocks your boat, whatever makes you happy.
Whatever,
Yeah,
But no, I don't see too many in the Chicagoland area. I don't see too many white guys walking around with fat black women. I just
See, now I've been corrected. Outside of Gabby Sidibe, I ain't never seen it.
Yeah, that's why we were all surprised by that.
I said rare. On rare occasions, you might. I
No,
didn't say there was.
I've never seen it except them. I don't remember nobody else. I've never seen it.
I mean, I thought you were talking about Norway. I don't know what they do over in Norway.
I'm talking about. I mean,
I'm
for
saying I
me,
haven't
when I'm
even seen
talking,
the TV show where they depicted a fat black woman with a white guy. I don't even remember that as like a TV show, a sitcom.
I'll tell you this. I love going to Walmart and
But that's
black
really the
guys be
goal. Y'all
with.
do know that, right? Like that's if you started seeing this on television and this is the trend, this is how they would really be like, look, man, look, racism is for real over. Racism is for real over because not only are white men marrying, I'm not even talking about dating and having sex with them. I'm not even talking about the implied stuff. Not only are white men marrying black women, they're marrying fat black women. Oh, and if you really want to do it, you put the
I
class
think
and
America
income
will have
element of
to
it all.
fall first. I think America has to fall first before that.
If you put the class and neighbor, give me 1 second. If you put the class and economic element of it all, that's really, and I'm stressing that because of what Black Roo said. I've said that on my channel, which is, dear black women, for the swirlers and divestors, for there to be a significant, we talking about a significant amount of white men married to black women, particularly because I can't even bring to the class thing because that's my whole point. Is what Black Roo is saying is you would have to completely destroy the entire white project. You would have to destroy the white project for white men to see black women in that way, because a lot of this is about status, the political position of whiteness, the political position of white men in particular, right? White supremacy, all that stuff. For black women to have any chance at white men of note, you would have to destroy the white project. But here's the
That's why
kicker.
I mean
You
I was
wouldn't
not
want it
being
anymore.
facetious. I was not being facetious when I said I think America will have to fall because it's just too predicated on this white, structure, hierarchical structure.
And here's the important part, real quick, Raj, real quick. Let me land with this, you guys. But here's the kicker for all women that's on the white peen chase. The second you kick white men off of that standard, then guess what? You don't want it no more. The only reason you really want it on this level is not because you find him attractive. It's all about the status. If we're gonna be 100 about it.
Yeah.
Once that whole thing gets destroyed, it's not about that. Go ahead and then we got name and then Betty,
Real
I think
quick,
we're starting.
speaking of status, real quick, just speaking of status, I wish y'all would stop calling these women divestors. A divestor is a woman who married a white guy.
Who actually got it done. True.
Okay.
They ain't
Who
nobody
actually hates
divested.
black men?
They are hopeful
Yeah, I mean, you can call them a lot of stuff.
Aspiring
but they not
divestors.
divestors.
Aspiring divestors.
Yeah. No, my thing is you gotta rub it in because they doing it for a reason. So if you gonna go there with it,
from rub it in, we're gonna say failed divestors. We can say failed divestors.
The question is, why do they hate black men? Why do they hate us so much?
They don't hate. Most of them don't hate you. Most of them don't hate you. It's not about hate.
No, stop. The real question is, why are y'all caring? Why are you caring?
Before we have this debate, let's define hate.
I'll look it up right now.
A person sabotage
see,
you.
here's the
Yeah,
thing.
look up hate. Look up hate.
It's almost as like they don't understand the history of like our Moorish ancestors
They get it.
and the things that we did.
Let me
You know what I
let me
mean?
say this.
The way
What
we
does
did
hate
to
mean?
Let me read it.
civilize this world. You know what I'm saying?
Real quick, everyone. Real quick. Let's land with this. Hate verb: feel intense or passionate dislike for someone. Noun: intense or dispassionate dislike. So yeah, feelings of hate and revenge. I would argue
but
for a
why?
lot of
I
these women.
mean, why?
I think there, if you use that definition, there's some percentage of black
No.
women.
I'm not saying
Now we
when
can
I say
debate
that.
what percentage it
I
is,
think
but
it's a
there's
minority.
definitely some.
I think it's a minority. It's not for me. This is what it is. It's not hatred. Black women don't actually hate black men. You know what they hate? They not white women. I continue to stress this. Now, what that does include is some hatred for some black men from some black women, but it's really about the way they want to be seen. The womanhood, the myth of white womanhood, is where all of this stem from. You look at all the scholars, all those.
All right,
Go ahead.
but if
Yes.
for what you described means that I'm going to sabotage all the men in my life along the way, how is that not hate?
Yeah,
Well,
both can happen at the same time. They can hate
yeah.
not being a white woman while also hating black men because
Yeah.
black men literally get locked up because women will call the police and claim a guy hit them and beat themselves up. It take a level of hatred to beat yourself up so the cops will arrest the guy.
I mean, I would say, Mr. Z, it's not possible for them to aspire to be white women without hating black men. That's a requirement.
I knew.
That's
I
a
was hoping
requirement.
y'all wouldn't say that because I don't really know where to go from there. I was
Yeah, but
hoping
I mean,
somebody.
for black people,
I mean, guys, y'all got to think like this. We all know our black female co-workers work harder than the white women, and the white women being a cut, they work hard. They work harder now, but let's be clear, bro. They black women they'll save white women jobs and fire a whole bunch of black women just to keep them chicks employed that's not even working as hard as black women. So they black women out here trying to prove themselves through their
right.
labor, through
What I'm saying is,
raising. Excuse me, let me finish.
go
They're
ahead.
trying to
I'm sorry.
prove themselves through their labor, and they're pretty good at labor compared to white women. You know, white women can call out, they can get some PTO days off automatically. They can make excuses, cry, do right about anything. You have to be a woman sitting there looking at that and saying, "I don't have this." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
but
just
what I'm
and then
saying,
you
Leon.
raise their kids and you are the daycare provider, everything, and you still don't have it. And you're watching a world. It's like, okay, white guys, we know they have more than us. We accept it. The
But
only thing that they have on us is more money.
what I'm saying,
But
Leon, my brother, what I'm saying is, my brother, is like, God damn it. What I'm saying is like, we know that what we have done, like our Moorish ancestors, we taught them everything. Why is it that they do not understand what we have done and how everything fell? Why is it that they don't understand
why
it?
is it?
Why
You want to
haven't
know
we
what it is?
Wait. I want to
This
say this to Rocky in particular. I don't think it's that black women don't know or don't understand. They don't care.
yeah.
Janet Jackson told you a few decades ago, "What have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately, nigga? Did you turn me into a white woman? All right then."
Yeah, so when you're talking about teaching Anglo Saxons everything, okay, you taught a whole bunch of people that their gods represent everything that they do to other cultures and their own people, and it's like you taught them stuff, and you were wishing for loyalty to a whole bunch of people that live in a savage land and are savage people, and just want to uproot everything, and like in America. When you look
Okay,
at
but wait.
patents, when you look at patents, how many patents they've stolen from black women and black men? Like clearly, they don't
Okay,
care. They
okay,
consume everything.
okay, but here's the thing. Like GC just said, we've done a lot. We have a lot of patents and whatnot. Like, how come they can't see that? We've done a lot for the Western world. How come they cannot see
So what I
that?
told my
let me,
what I told my
Leo, let me say this. Let me say this because I gotta keep on stressing this to Rocky. It's not what they don't see. This is not about what black women don't see. This is not about what black. It's simply this. Have you ever seen for all of us with nephews or kids or whatever, the nieces, whatever? It's a kid throwing a temper tantrum. Now, if you close enough, you might get hit in the leg a couple times, right? They're throwing a temper tantrum. They're angry. They're incensed. They're rageful, right? These are petulant children throwing a temper tantrum. Especially when you start. I don't know how old you are, Rocky, but I'm in my late 30s. Especially when you start talking
So
about.
am I. I'm 37.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
be
so
37
perfect.
in a couple of days.
Okay, so I'm a year older than you. Okay, especially when you talk about women our age. I really want to say 45 and younger. Really, I really want to say 50 and younger. I want to say all of them, but okay, fine. When you say 45 and younger, 50 and younger, they're angry because the degrees were supposed to equal white womanhood. They're angry because the condos were supposed to equal white womanhood. The houses in the burb were supposed to equal white womanhood. The virtue signaling with the Benzes was supposed to equal white womanhood. The red bottom shoes and all the expensive stuff was supposed to equal white womanhood. The jewelry, the trying to end up with some aspiring rapper, aspiring football player, basketball player in your city or town, the local
You
D-boy, the local
never forget the
scammer,
girls,
all of that
kid.
was supposed to equal on the other side some type of access and status that puts me on the same level as that goddamn white bitch. And the
And
anger
never
that
forget the
white
girls,
black women
kid.
have is that they're now that does get transmuted into anger and rage at black men, low key anger and rage at white men too, but that's a whole different conversation. But all of it is who the fuck is gonna make me this goddamn white bitch? It really is about that. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
And Rocky, I gotta say to you, brother, your difficulty ain't really what the women are doing. Your difficulty is you don't want to accept who they are.
Thank you.
There
They
you
Yep,
grew,
go.
yep, yep.
they
There
grew
you
up
go.
in our households. Where you was getting raised, they was getting raised. They went
Yep,
to the churches you went to. They
yep,
went to the temple you went to. They went
yep.
to the school you went to, bro. So you
Wow.
over here talking about they don't understand. No, that's a you issue, bro. How
Yeah.
they don't understand, unless you're gonna tell me black women are actually stupid beyond their own choice, then how they don't understand.
No,
I
they
don't know,
actually
man.
overstand.
Like
They actually over.
I grew up as a Muslim, so I don't know, man. I mean, like, I don't know. I
Let me.
figured they were like,
We've all had different
with us,
experiences.
but
They was with us through all the different experiences.
Every
I grew
single
up a
one.
Christian. It was some women growing up Christian. You grew up a Muslim. It was some women growing up Muslim. Some people grew up Hindu. It was some women growing up Hindu. Whatever we did, they was there
They
with us
did.
doing it.
Yep. I would say this, which you have to appreciate, Rocky. It's their form of nihilism, brother. It's their form of what you see, what you're seeing are people that don't want to be black no more. And you see it, you just don't want to accept it. You see what we're seeing. You get it. You don't want to accept that you're dealing with a group of people that threw their hands up and said, "God damn, I did." And this is what you saw with the election, right? This is the anger. This is the I did everything y'all said to do, and y'all want to regard. I'm not even going into whether Kamala's qualified or none of that. I'm leaving that on the table. Y'all didn't elect the black woman, but we did everything. We did everything you told us to do, and goddamn white women, y'all stabbed us in the back. Now it's not a stab in the back. These white women always been the same people, but that the same thing you see, the same way you see black women responding to this election, is the same way they're responding to the overall environment, throwing a temper tantrum because nothing they do will ever put them there. The reason why you don't see black men doing this is because black men truly don't actually want to be white men. Will we like all the money? Yeah. The power? Yeah. Are we going to start the world to do get it?
Well,
Maybe, probably not.
I'm not
Right?
sure
But yeah.
I'm not sure we want all the power. In fact, I think the dilemma of black men, because I think we know what comes with the power. I
Well,
think we know how they got the power. I think
Yeah.
we know how they maintain the power. I don't
Yep.
think there are very many black men. For example, I don't
Mhm.
think there are very many black men who want a war chest of 10,000 nuclear bombs. That's a particular kind of mentality and a particular kind of spirit that I think very, 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 very few black men want any part of.
And I just want to say, Rocky, to you especially, bro, what don't Jada understand about Will Smith? What you don't understand? She got the lifestyle.
Yep.
She got the acclaim. She got the
It's not about
status.
that.
She got all that stuff. No. The thing is, he don't accept that Jada understand exactly what's going on with Will. And
he don't accept that for almost 30 years she's been mourning a dead man. He won't accept that shit.
Yep.
Stop saying understand. You mean she overstands. She knows exactly what the fuck she's doing.
Yeah.
No, but my point is Rocky has to accept that she gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's been really that's a major issue. I mean, Rocky, you know.
Say that one more time.
Rocky, well, I think your sentiment represents a major dilemma for black men, and that is the being unwilling to fully accept. You know what's going on. Ain't none of us ignorant about what's going on. It's really about accepting just how bad this situation is and how bad it's been for so long. And a lot of our hearts are broken by it. In some cases, our spirit is broken by it. And we're like, well, okay, what do I do now?
And I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do.
If you meet a black woman worth a damn, you grab her hand and run. And if you don't, you leave them where they are.
I don't know. I don't know where to find them. I would love to find a black woman to run with her, but I don't know where they at. Man. I don't know where they at.
You said you're raised Muslim,
I mean, that's why in this environment you have a lot of brothers talking about other options.
That's why SBM. By the way, Rocky, you said you were raised Muslim?
Yeah, my father converted to Islam in 1991 when I was 3 years old, and there's a whole nother story. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole nother story accompanying that, but which really changed my views on religion and Islam, the Abrahamic faith. But because like I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like I remember being circumcised, so that's a whole nother thing to deal with. You know,
that's a hell of a thing to have to be able to remember.
Yeah,
I was
2 years old.
Yeah, nope. Leon, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to change the subject.
I don't forget about it. It was like 10 minutes ago, but my aunt, she's a PhD. She works for nonprofits. She's a lawyer. Sorry, my little man crying. But
it's okay, baby boy.
She
it's
posted.
All right,
I wish I could find a post, but I told you, Mr. Z, about it the day that she said it, and I said, I was like, your labor doesn't determine how white people treat you. I told her basically you're a product of their outcomes. So you're an object. I said, remember Bell Hooks said, "Ain't I a woman?" And I said it at the end of the sentence, yes, but you're black. And then I said, black men, we're presented through our labor as John Henry, and we excel for their outcome. Regardless, you're a product that's consumed. It doesn't matter how hard you work. It doesn't matter how accomplished you get. The end result is you're benefiting them at the end of the day. So like I said, when black women are in the workplace, we all actively know black women work harder than white women and take on more tasks than white women. And white women can sit there and cry and get off work. Like I said, you can't, just like we can't present a certain level of emotion, they don't have access to that level of emotion that anybody cares. Like they said, like the lady just passed away. What's her name that said, "I want you to act when we come." Yeah, I want you to act.
Nina Simone.
Yeah, so
it was Nikki Giovanni.
Nikki Giovanni.
Yeah,
Nikki Giovanni. My bad. Yeah, Nikki Giovanni.
So I've watched my mom do this. Me and my sister make fun of her how she talks. My mom makes a lot of money. She master's degree, whatever. And she'll sit there and say, there are white women that come in. They have an associate's degree, making 250K working for the government. Same with white guys, these contractors, and it's like they get off work, they're late, they do this, but you have to have those white women in the building. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you're watching them perform this, and you perform. You know when you call your mom and she's at work and she's using her white pleasant voice all
Yeah.
day, and the outcome is like the white guys treat you cool and they say hello, but you see how they treat those white women. It's like you're not getting that. They congratulate you, they make you employee of the month, they do all type of stuff, but you're still not that. And
Trust me,
they don't.
I understand because I have a very neutral I have a neutral name. Like my name is
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you, but my name is like very neutral white sounding name. But and like when I like go for interviews, like I talk to someone on the phone, they think I'm a white guy, but then I show up. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, it's you.
Yeah.
It's one of you guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, I understand. Trust me.
Yeah. So I just
That can
think
work
this
for me.
their level of performance and what they expect from it just doesn't add up. It's y'all treating me like this because I'm black, but this is the same generation of women that had a whole bunch of babies with white guys that didn't have to pay child support. And it's and in every book they say, yeah, we white guys wouldn't marry us, but they fathered so many kids, and they didn't. You don't hear shit about them being the deadbeats. You hear it about the black
Pretty much
guys.
every
You know?
generation, every generation, black women have to be hit in the face.
Mhm.
Oh man, I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna finish that because that was too easy. But every generation, they gotta be hit in the face with the fact that they're black. Every generation.
Mhm.
If you follow this back, every generation they do the swirler divester thing. Every
Yeah.
generation they give black men the middle finger. Every
Mhm.
generation they think they could do something else and be a separate, different type of black, a less threatening black.
Yeah.
Every generation they try to do the whole I'm a do the education and go streamline and mainstream what white folks are saying, and that'll make me quote unquote less threatening, and y'all not gonna treat me like the Negroes. And every generation the white women leave them out there. Every
Yeah.
generation the white men pipe and leave them. Every generation black women do this exact same. Bruh, I promise you, I'm telling you. And the
It's the
sisters
same
that's
exact
riding with black
same.
men are the sisters that's riding with black men, they ride with black men. The rest of them do the same thing every generation.
Yeah,
Every
you
They
have to.
learn
generation.
the hard
There's
way.
You
I
gotta.
just want to continue. Every generation there's white boy Mike that still live in the hood because his people couldn't move out and he piping all the black women. Every generation is literally we going back really since reconstruct a little bit after reconstruction. Every generation this is a thing.
Wait a minute, Z.
Yep.
Go ahead.
You said white Mike. Why do you have to bring in the Wayne's brother show into this, man? Always got to
No,
bring
it's
a
not
white
just
Mike in
no,
this
but
mother.
but I mean like white Mike in
Yeah, I know
colloquially
what you
in the
mean. I'm
black
just
community. Yeah,
saying.
but but every generation and we see the white mics. Eminem was a white Mike. Machine Gun
Mhm.
Kelly was a white Mike. What's his face? Out of
John
Detroit.
B.
No. But John B actually fucks with black women for real, for real. But I'm talking about the white Mike that
Kid
just pipe
Rock.
him, and then once he get on, he
Kid Rock.
leave, he run. Kid Rock.
Kid
Yeah, thank
Rock.
you. Kid Rock.
Kid
Kid
Rock.
Rock was a white Mike. What's his face? Marky Mark was a white Mike. Name
Marky
them, bro.
Mark.
Mhm.
All of these people were white Mikes, bro.
Wasn't Marky Mike a straight up racist?
And what that
Yeah.
mean?
What
When he
you
wasn't
mean?
piping the
What you
black
mean?
women?
Yeah.
He
Thank you.
wasn't
What
piping the
that
black
mean?
woman.
Thank
I
you.
was about to say.
That was part of what got him on with the
Mark
sisters.
Wahlberg?
Him being a
Thank you.
racist.
Yep, Mark
Marky Mike,
Wahlberg. Yes,
he
Marky
beating up
Marky.
some
Yep.
black dude.
Yep, that same Marky Mark was out here piping black women
Like
in Boston.
have
Yep.
y'all watched Ray Donovan or just any TV show where a white guy has a black woman? They say, yeah, I love black women, but I can't stand the man. Like
Thank you.
that's just what it is. It's like
Bronx Tale.
they okay, yeah, okay. White guys think like this. They actually do like black women, right? But they understand if they have a black son, like his chances of upward mobility is totally limited. right? If they
Shout out
have
to Bill de Blasio.
you know what I'm saying? And they're
Yep.
fully aware of how it functions. And like I said, white guys be having issues when they got Asian women or Latino women and they're in their communities. I see
Yep.
this in Texas. They have problems. You know what I'm saying?
When you're the white guy
You
married
get
to a
cut
Latin
out.
family, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not even
When you're the
just
So
white
black.
guy in the
Black
family.
is black. Them being with black women is even worse. But they
yes.
like Leon is saying, when they with them Latinas and Asians, them white girls ain't them white women ain't giving them no passes.
Yeah.
Yes, white men have the power in their community, but don't get it twisted. White women ain't giving white men no passes when they pull up with their Latina,
Yes. They're
Or
not.
the Asian,
right?
or especially with the Asian.
Oh, white women despise Asian women. They got a quiet fight going on. We know it because we're in the know. But white women and Asian women are at war over white men right now.
I have
Right.
seen it
but look,
many a times. I
are
mean, especially
but look, are white women at war with black women when
White
they pull up?
women. When
Wait, say
white
that again.
women say
Are white women at war with black women over what?
Are white women at war with black women to the same degree that they pull up with black women? Excuse me.
what?
Are white
Uh-huh.
women at the
Uh-huh.
same degree of war when white men pull up with Asian women?
yes. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yes.
what
Yes.
I'm saying is okay, you bring an Asian woman into the community, right? You have kids with her. How they want to treat that mixed child is determined on how they want to treat that mixed child. Like you have an Asian wife, you need a loan or something, or you need to be, and they see your wife and they hit you with the Amashwami. Oh, you should have had a white wife.
Ramaswamy.
What old girl told Amashwami? You know,
Ramaswamy.
you're not
Ramaswamy.
Anglo-Saxon.
He doing that on purpose. He's
Yeah,
doing that on purpose.
yeah.
Leon know how to say his
You know,
name. Leon
and I'm saying like that's such a major thing to have access when you want to share in our resources and you got an Asian wife or you got a Latino wife, like you don't think they participate? Like you send that kid to school in a predominantly white area, you don't think those teachers treat that child different? Like we've been seeing in videos where they're making fun of the mixed Asian kid that's white too,
Mhm.
and he's kind of an outcast. This stuff is real. White
Like
women
what's his
have the
face? It used
white
to hurt.
women are
It
the
used to shake crowd.
biggest passive
I thought about that.
aggressive, um,
Mhm.
social aggressive
Yeah. Yep.
group in the world.
Yep.
Like I told you when I was talking to the guy in Discord, the British lady was like, literally, "Oh, you're thinking about having some brown babies?" Oh, and I'm saying the way that she said it destroyed the white guy's confidence so badly.
Mhm.
I
But
remember something similar to that.
why did it destroy his confidence so bad?
So white people, you're talking about the people that made this idea of whiteness was the British.
The child is not
Then
going to benefit from white supremacy. There you go. I'm
yes,
sorry,
at the
Leon. Let me
same
just
rate.
expedite the
Yes,
answer. Just let me get
yes.
your mixed
So
child ain't gonna get all the tangibles out of white, the tangibles
yes,
and intangibles from being a fully white child. Clearly, you got a mixed
yes,
child, and there's a lot
There's
of
yes.
white folks.
Okay,
The white
okay,
folks
but
that are
look,
into real quick, the white folks that are into something different and something else, and they might really got a thing for Asians, and they really have a thing for black people or whatever. They keep on forgetting or running into the wall, and I don't really think they forget.
Hmm.
They pretend. They keep on running into the wall, like your kid ain't gonna be afforded all this. You don't really even appreciate how white you are until you get that mixed
Yes,
kid, and then you realize,
and
oh shit, my kid can't
and
move the way I can, and
you
there
have
you
to
Uncle
go.
really
Uncle
tell the truth. You
Ramaswamy.
have to
okay,
wait.
okay,
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me
okay,
finish. So you have
go
to
ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
realize
go
that
ahead.
most Asian women married to white guys make more money than the white guys.
Mm.
They make more money.
And you gonna have to
Then
pay somehow.
on top of that,
Okay, sure. Okay, sure.
white guys have fought for this idea of whiteness that they want to
Yep,
keep. And the frustration now is that white women can gaslit them. They can get multiple bodies, and middle class and working class guys know they
they
have
gotta
to
go with
settle
it.
for that
Yep,
if they want to continue this whiteness. So white women go out, have sex with black guys, Hispanic guys. They go out and throw their monkey to the whole neighborhood, town, everything, and they sit down and say, "Well, you want to have some white babies." I did f everybody up in upper management, and now I'm here. Do you want to make a family with me?
let me say this to, and then after this you got to Rocky. Let me say this real quick to what Leon is saying. The thing with the Asian women earning more, you got to pay into whiteness. That's what Rocky. You might not have been around, but both me and BGS covered this a few months ago. A brother, Dread brother, he used to work at high-end restaurants. I want to say maybe in the New York region, or was that LA? I'm not sure. I want to say it was New York, but yeah, I think he said New York. But he worked at very nice establishments in New York, and a trend that he saw was that the black women, when they would come in with a black man, the black men's paying the bill. The black women, when they would come in with the white man, the black women's paying the bill. You got to understand, for the white, and this is something that even the white woman, there's a white woman that's one of Shay Sade's friends. She lives down here in South Florida, and she was saying all her brothers and all the men in her family, white men, they married up. They married white, but they married up. White men make you pay in the whiteness. You gonna pay, right? So whether it's white women, and it's not obviously not all white women, because clearly we know white men still earn more than, or at least have more wealth than everybody else in the country. As a collective, I know Asian men earn more, et cetera, et cetera. But white certain white women gonna have to pay in, black women have to pay, Asian women have to pay, South Asian women, we already know Mindy Kaling, and she a goddamn baby mama. You supposed to be an Indian. I thought y'all don't do that, but fine. She a baby mama to some white dude, right? So white men make you pay in, especially if you're not a white woman.
And like you said, when it
Unless the
comes,
white man really wants him Asian, woman, and he's very wealthy. Because you do have a few very,
that's true.
you
That's
have
the
the guy over Fox, the founder of Fox, he had Asian wife.
Oh yeah, Rupert
The guy
Murdoch.
who ran CBS, his wife hosted
Let's move
that
this.
show.
Yeah.
So you'll have some of them. I'm so rich it don't see, because a lot of what they're paying for is for the status. Well, if I'm CEO or whatever the fuck, I am the status.
Yeah.
So
I
I
think
can
that's
marry
different.
anybody I want to marry.
I think what we're saying is when you're talking about working middle class, upper middle class white guys, like when I say, when you look at how white women perform in the workplace versus Asian women's, they run laps around everybody.
They run circles.
Just Latinos, they can be in any position, any low position, and they have the sexual natural attraction, so they can come to work wearing anything usually. Then black women, they perform so well with multiple tasks and everything. And you see the white lady over there in the corner hiding, long breaks, all this, but she still has the outcome and the income, and she's having relationships with the upper management, baseball player, this professor. Then when she's about to hit the wall, she goes to that guy that's in her class, and she ends up pregnant with one baby. Then they get married, and she has another baby, and that's where she settles at. But white guys know their position; they know their women are wilding. But to keep this idea of whiteness that they want so bad, they just endure it. They just literally endure it.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, they want to endure the whiteness, but what about, like, the black man who works extremely hard? You know what I mean? Because we work harder than everybody.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You're supposed to.
You created, just like the alternative, the alternate economy, what they call the underground economy. You created a different type of not really hierarchy. It's a different way of getting women and if you
It's
can,
called John
keeping them,
Henry.
right. It some of it is John Henryism, I would argue. Yeah, you're definitely right about that, Leon. But I would say that black men are the only ones that truly offer the world a different way of seeing manhood outside of
Yes.
white men, because everybody else is trying to do imitation version of manhood. That's why Asian men ain't getting. That's why they're spinning their wheels. Asian men ain't
hmm
getting no traction because in America they're off-brand white men. It don't matter that you make more than him.
Yes.
You're not him. You don't got his status. Black men are the only ones that presented something different and it stuck.
Yes.
Right.
And Asian
So
man, you have to.
yeah.
Oh, when
No,
it
no,
comes
I
to
was
Asian
just
guys,
Adam.
oh
When I say
yeah.
Asian men, I mean both South and East Asian
hmm
men. Both of
Yes.
them. The reason why they're spinning their wheels is they're annoyed because they're going to the gym and they're getting fit and they got a bit of status and they got some money and they can pull, but they can't pull how the white men pull. You ain't him, and you didn't
Don't
really.
forget
And
about
You haven't
militia men
presented a
either.
but
different type of masculinity. So
let me
yeah, go ahead.
add this real quick. So you have to think there are more Asian guys than Asian women in this country, and most of them ship their wives here. After their second generation, their
Their
daughters
daughter's
are trying
gone.
to
Be
they're
with the white
gone
boys. Yep.
because you're talking about a culture that is not all of them are authoritarian, but they're extremely patriarchal and they have ideas of what you're gonna perform when you get here.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that like my Steve, my friend, he says his mom literally, you know, demand so much of them and their grandparents because how their grandparents came from Korea or Japan and their ideas of how to perform family and all that and their morals and their values, and then they hit the liberal white guy that has money and he's not stressed like black guys. So
Let me say it. Let me say it, Lee. I gotta say it. I'm sorry. I gotta say it.
yeah,
The white men have such their patriarchy is so ubiquitous
salt.
that the individual white man can move around like he really ain't that. So you could
Yes,
have the white
yes,
dude with that dress a little questionable, and he's
hmm
artsy or any type of white, but he's able to move like that because his granddad or great granddad was such a motherfucking patriarch and put the family in
yes,
such a good position that his grandson, great grandson, could move around here with questionable tendencies, and the Asian women are still going. The black women are
yes.
still
Yeah,
going. The Latinas are
So
still
so
going. You see what I'm
so
saying?
look at
Yeah.
this last part that
but
I was
can
gonna
a black
say.
man still
Wait,
pull that
wait,
off?
let me finish the last part. Let me finish the last
Then
part.
we got
Well,
11. Let me
So
go after this. But yeah,
yeah,
go.
we want you okay. White guys emotional labor is so easy because they're not under the same fucking pressure. So white
Mhm,
guys will encourage their women to work, and she'll say this, right? He'll be like, "Oh, that's so wonderful," and
mhm,
it's like what they do. And I asked my dentist because he's kind of like he's masculine. He gets the respect, but he's more loose. And
mhm,
he just tells the ladies like, "Oh yeah, this is great. You did this wonderful." And it's like he's doing it.
mhm.
He's making them feel good about what they do. And it's like I had to think about it because the stress or whatever I'm under, they just perform it. Like white women to be screaming and they'll just sit there and listen and they won't say much and they be like, okay, baby. They just automatically do it. It's weird.
Mm. But go ahead, Rocky. Go ahead.
I'm just saying.
Mhm. Yeah, this is yeah. Rocky.
oh fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. All right, so I mean, God damn it.
Permission to chime in.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Go ahead.
while you're
Go
thinking,
ahead, man.
Asian
Chime in, chime
guys,
in.
Asian
Real quick,
guys
Leon.
are not. Yeah,
Let me pause
Asian
you because I
guys
gotta
aren't
let
sitting
Neighbor go
down.
too.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
I
You
was
say
waiting.
something. Go ahead.
okay.
Well, you know,
Well,
we
since
talk about Leon, please. By the way, how's the little one doing?
he's laying
Leon?
on me right now, man.
Yeah. Make sure. Wait, has he been fed yet?
Yeah, I just fed him. That's why he was
Okay,
screaming.
good. Yeah, you might as well make sure. Rub his gut, rub his belly. You know, got to get that gas out of him. Can't bark.
Hey, pat
But
his
anyway,
back.
You gonna
Make
say
him
something?
pat his
Go ahead,
back.
Neighbor.
All right. I hope you got
hey,
the diaper on your shoulder.
yeah.
What's
You
up?
don't want. Hope you got the diaper in there. No, the towel on your shoulder so they don't throw up
Oh
on you.
yeah,
Neighbor, you wanted to say something on this? On
Yeah.
go ahead,
I
go ahead.
was gonna say something, but the little guy screaming and everything. You know, that's a distraction. Anyway, let's not forget also another group of men who have a similar limiter to like Asians is Middle Eastern men, especially after a certain date. You know how they're seen
yeah,
and perceived as.
yep.
They can't pull, especially even if
They were
they're
low key
not.
seen like that
Yeah.
before, but it got worse after that date. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah. Who was it? It was Dick Gregory said it best. He said about them. He said like they were considered up until the day before they were considered honorary whites, and then the next day they got their knicker card.
Mm-hmm.
Then because remember these guys are referred to as sand N words as well.
Yep.
That's something
Yes.
people forget about it, and a lot of them and people who don't understand like
Hassan
since
Minaj speaks about that.
Hassan Minaj. No, Hassan Minaj, he doesn't really talk about it like that because, I mean, he is North Asian. His family's North Asian, Urdu speaking in Indians, but it's a little different because, like, for me, in my particular case, because being from East Africa, having had to deal with these cats for like 800, no, about over 2,000 years. there in the slave trade, how it was, like, they weren't just taking black people. They were also enslaving white folks. The Barbary pirates and whatnot, anybody? There was a fix there. I mean, getting a black slave was one thing, but getting a white female slave, that was top notch, especially for like those who were like higher society. They had having a white concubine.
You know what's crazy? I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know what's crazy? Like the Jamaicans and the Irish, a lot of them were sent to after Oliver Cromwell sent a lot of motherfuckers excuse me, off to out of England. They sent them to the West Indies and Jamaica and shit. That's why the Irish and the Jamaicans have the same accent. If you ever pay attention to them, they have the exact same accent, man.
And they rebuilt England too.
And by the way, that island was like, Jamaica was originally held by the Dutch until the British took over during the time of Cromwell. This was during the War of the Roses. But like I said, like but they do have this fixation on white people for over 2 millennia. I mean, I've seen many like I said before, like in the Middle East, there's been certain programs where I saw where it was an Arab dude with a white woman at once. I remember there was a movie from the 70s about the Crusades involvement where one of the protagonists on Salah ad-Din's side had a lover who was a white blonde woman, a blonde maiden from the nobility. No, this was an Arabic one. This was Egyptian.
The long ships with Sidney Poitier.
No. This was by an Egyptian company. This was an Egyptian movie I'm talking about. This is an Arabic.
Okay.
But y'all, I'm gonna call it a night. Damn, we almost had 4 hours and a half. I was not supposed to be this long. But I don't know if Black Rule's still up or ask him for his beat. Oh, Black Rule already left. He already knew I was gonna ask him to do the benediction. He gone.
Let me get that small sentence in real quick.
Go ahead.
So when you see Asian ladies perform their duties, they throw at you that is your duty. This is your job to help the family, versus the white guy that be like, "Oh, baby, you're so amazing at the workplace," and blah blah. They just do it. But Indian guys and Middle East guys, they don't do that. They're saying you're doing this with a family. That's your job. And then you go to a liberal white guy. You go to a liberal white guy that says, "Oh, you're amazing. You do." It's like, yo, they're not keeping those women.
It's a twofer. It's a twofer. The Asian woman is feeding over the white guy anyway. But then when she actually get the white guy and he's just a softer type of patriarch. This is why they're using the term benevolent patriarchy now, because they still want you to be a paymaster and they still want you to be able to put your life on the line, but they just want to feel good. And when I say that, I want to be very clear. It's still all about white patriarchy at the end of the day. The women just don't got the ovaries to say the shit. So they really don't want to say, I want to get down with the man, not a man, but the man, white men. So yeah, this is where the Asian women come in. She feeding over the white dude because of what he represents. Once again, the top dog, white patriarchy. And then when she actually ends up with one of these white liberal guys, God forbid he's actually attractive one, and he's still a patriarch, but he just soft around the edges. Oh, she going. And her parents can't do nothing about it because that's not how she's coming out of a maybe traditionally more patriarchal, masculine home, more old school patriarchal, and she's meeting this. Even if he's not liberal like that, she's meeting a softer, kinder, I call it cuddly conqueror white man, and she going.
Same thing with Latinas.
The Latinas are going too because of the machismo of the Latino men. Because we already know, much of the Latinos, the romantic situation, the romantic stereotype, et cetera, et cetera. But the machismo, the white men, once again, they just move a little differently. And I mean, these women still got to go through shit with the white man. Like we said earlier, me and Leon, these women got to pay to be, if they're dealing with working class, working poor, lower middle class white dudes, the women are going to have to come out their pocket. She going to probably be out earning him and whatever. But she'll do it to be with what she considers the man. Black men have created their own alternative thing. That's why you see we're able to pull certain Latinas. We're even able to pull some minority of Asian women. It's because we created our own different lane of manhood and masculinity that dibbles and dabble in some patriarchal norms, but also doesn't do our own thing, and women appreciate that. But yeah, the white men, when it comes to that shit, like what I would say to Rocky, especially like, bro, I wouldn't get too caught up. On my channel, I do talk about it, but that's what I do here. But I wouldn't get too caught up on black women and how they think about black men and white men in particular. See it as what it is. All these women trying to be white women, not just black women, all of them. Latinas, South Asian women, East Asian women, indigenous women, Middle Eastern women. If she live in the West, particularly America, if she has been in immediate contact with white folks, she trying to be them. Politically and socially, maybe not the blonde hair and blue eyes.
Where does that leave us as a black man?
I already said we have our alternative thing, right? We have our alternative masculinity and manhood, so women will gravitate to that if they so choose. But you have to appreciate right now, white men are quote unquote winning, and because that's where the women want to be, and that's what it is. That's just what it is. And no,
let me tell you in short.
Go ahead.
It leaves you as this guy that comes on Tuesday and Thursday. It's the recycle and trash man. That's where it leaves you, where you get the leftovers and they're just happy that you're not what the society says, and then you dick them down. And it's so easy to give those white women orgasms because they're used to performing. So they're glowing when they leave out, and they're happy that they have a black man. And if you're not on some white supremacy keeping me down, y'all gonna have a pretty good life. Okay, that's what you get.
And name of this is to you, so I guess you'll read it, and please make the answer short. I'm trying to get out of here, Nima. It is 1:35 on the East Coast, Nima. So go ahead and read it.
All right. Thank you to LAPD SWAT 1 for the $5. It says, question for Nay. Do you consider Saudi Arabia a racist country towards blacks and South Asians? Yes.
Yes.
I know.
There you go.
I've seen it plenty of times.
Why is that?
That's gonna have to be when we go offline because Z needs to get home. All right, he's got to make his couch and lay on it.
Nema, thank you. Nema is a real ass black man. You see that? Nema, do that again. Read the question again and give your answer again. The first answer you gave. Go ahead, please.
The question for Nate: do you consider Saudi Arabia a racist country towards blacks and South Asians? Yes, in many ways. I've seen it with all my wives.
And then he, and name especially even if we go offline. But when I would do this next stream, I do with the panel. We'll continue with this question, I guess. But yeah, but I'm glad that you see how you answered it. Yes, first, then the qualifiers. Please, people, start answering questions like this, particularly race-related questions when it comes to black folks. You answer first, then you give everything else. I had to get on my lady about this once, but she, they want to soften it, so they want to give you everything, and then the answer, no. Answer, then everything else. Neymar did it the right way. That's, first of all, real ass black man, plus he answered the question, which is yes, Saudi Arabia is racist. I knew the answer to the question before he even said it.
I'm African as fuck, man. What do you expect? Hell, you can ask me the same question about Norway, and I will answer it the same way.
So, it's just
this is get out of here, man.
But
go to bed, man.
Right, yeah, thank you. We will pause right here.
Love, cheese, and peace.
Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. He said cheese. And we out of here, y'all. And y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. All right, y'all. Z.
Peace.